Douluo. Starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Sulking. Seeing that Adam, whose head was smashed by her, turned into a cold corpse, and the corpse gradually faded and disappeared, the sea witch's face turned pale. After such a delay, she had given up hope of finding and catching up with the two people who escaped on the soul-guided speedboat. How difficult is it to find such a small target in the vast ocean? Although he recaptured the Pearl of the Sea and his sister's body, none of the enemies were killed. In her knowledge, there are 3 enemies. One is the man in black who absorbed the soul ring. The other is Adam, who stole the Pearl of the Sea and brought Yan here. And the third is the main force who killed her sister, the body of that thread clone. She decisively chose to kill the 3 people on the island first instead of pursuing them, not only because of the bodies of Pearl of the Sea and Yan, but also because 2 of her enemies were still on the island. But the disappearing corpses of Amon and Adam undoubtedly gave her a slap in the face. The MTC breaking shuttle beneath her rose and fell with the waves, as if silently mocking her incompetence. The guilt of not being able to protect her sister, the regret of letting go of her enemy, and the shame of being teased all made the sea witch's anger rise uncontrollably. She screamed ah, and her mental and soul power centered on her, sweeping across all directions. The terrifying power made the sea stand still. When she withdrew her soul power, fish and shrimps appeared on the sea that could not bear the pressure and died. The slightly stronger sea soul beasts also rushed to escape and did not dare to stay here. Did you hear that sound? Walter asked in a low voice in the dark space. Haha. Maybe the sea witch failed to find anyone and was venting her unwillingness and anger. Amon pinched his monocle and said with a relaxed expression. At this moment, the 2 of them were not on the surface of the sea, but in the deep water. Walter did not place his hope on the soul guide speedboat. During the few days waiting for Adam, he hunted a whale and made its body into his own puppet. After using the soul guide to leave the desert island for a certain distance, he controlled the whale corpse and swallowed the 2 of them. The speedboat on the sea was driven by a clone of Amon. While Amon's clone was driving the speedboat in a non-directional manner, he kept spreading clones to interfere with the sea witch's subsequent pursuit. However, these preparations seemed redundant, as the sea witch did not continue the pursuit. Amon's body and Walter used the whale puppet to slowly sail towards the mainland. They have no plans to return to Hanhei City. There are many sea soul masters in Hanhei City who are inextricably linked to Poseidon Island. Going to Hanhei City risks exposing them and attracting pursuit. So they decided to land somewhere at random and then return inland immediately. I overestimated her. Amon, who was driving a speedboat on the sea, did not receive news of the death of Amon's clones for a long time, so he followed the spiritual connection to recover the clones one by one. Several hours passed and a strange wave came. At this moment, all the Amons felt that the invisible shackles on their bodies were broken. They adjusted the monocle on their right eye in different positions and raised the corners of their mouth slightly to outline a smile. The main body has broken through to the sulking realm. When Amon's clone card bug was upgraded, the soul power would be raised to the limit every time, so the shackles were broken and they immediately condensed the soul ring and upgraded it to level 41. Amon, who was driving the soul guide speedboat, opened his eyes and the smile on his face suddenly solidified. He saw the sea witch standing on the sea, looking at him expressionlessly. I was careless. With so many clones gathered together, the movement during the breakthrough was a bit loud, which attracted her here. Soon, the smile returned to his face, and he said with a bit of sarcasm and joking, "Your sister tastes really good." The sea witch swung her fishtail and smashed Amon and the speedboat into pieces. Although she killed Amon again, there was no joy on her face at all. Seeing Amon's body gradually becoming illusory and finally disappearing, the sea witch acted very calmly, but her expression was unprecedentedly solemn. I didn't realize it before, but now that I think about it carefully, I understand how terrifying this strange guy wearing a black robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle is on his right eye. They were the ones who attacked the mermaid village before, or rather, him. Point each one possesses soul master strength, has self-awareness, and can act independently. Point in the end, he was killed but nothing was left. It was a bit like a clone created by soul skills, rather than a real human being. Point. But, is there really any soul skill that can achieve such an effect? That's too scary. The main body is hidden at an unknown distance, and the clone can move and destroy at will. Not only that, it seems that the clones can also be upgraded. The one who caused panic in the mermaid village before was obviously only the soul master, but the one who was shot to death by him just now had the strength of the soul master. The fluctuations in soul power that attract him are a bit like the fluctuations produced when a soul ring is absorbed and a breakthrough is made. Or maybe his body killed Yan and absorbed her soul ring, so he broke through, and then his clone also became stronger. The sea witch thought in her mind. Point. But why did he go to such trouble to kill Yan? If it is really just for a soul ring, is it worth spending such a high price? With the energy he put into this, wouldn't it be better to hunt down stronger soul beasts? The sea witch's mind was in a mess, with a myriad of thoughts. A faint sense of panic rose in her heart, as if there was a huge shadow lurking, slowly approaching the sea god island. Point. She glanced at the deep sea surface, and for the first time felt that the sea was so strange and so terrible, as if there was a devil in the ocean that could devour everything. Point. The sea witch fled from this place of trouble, intending to report the incident to Poseidon, after bringing the pearl of the sea and her sister's body back to the mermaid village. Point. Sensing that the Amons who were sent to attract attention suddenly died after gathering together. Although the dead clones did not send any information, his original body still guessed the truth. Point. The clones would gather again after dispersing, which probably meant that there was no danger. Then they all died after the breakthrough, which should be the fluctuations of the breakthrough that attracted something. It could be the sea witch who had never left. Or it could be some powerful sea soul beast. Amon restrained the breath around him and suppressed the dissipated soul power fluctuations, because when the main body breaks through, all the clones also break through. At this time, there is no clone that can maintain the first soul skill, which causes the soul power fluctuations when he breaks through to be sensed by others. Having learned from this lesson, Amon decided to split out 1 or 2 low-level time bugs when the main body is about to absorb a new soul ring in the future, which will not drive the main body to break through. Even if the main body breaks through. Point. It is specially used to maintain the first soul skill and steal the soul power expression when the main body breaks through, so as to better hide himself. Chapter 102 Dream Thief. What a terrible soul control. Walter couldn't help but sigh when he saw Amon quickly gather the soul power that escaped after the breakthrough. Point. Although he had seen it before, when Amon absorbed the 4th soul ring, he was still a little surprised. Point. That control that almost turned soul control into instinct was something that even many titled Douluo had never possessed. Point. Walter saw a bit of joy on Amon's face and said with a smile, "It seems that you are very satisfied with this harvest." "Yes, after all, I have spent so much time and the harvest is not big, then I will lose. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Walter." Amon nodded, without hiding it. Point. The loss of this operation was huge, and more than 100 Amon clones were sacrificed before and after, which was unprecedented. This made the already gradually sufficient manpower a little insufficient again, and Amon had to be thrifty in the use of clones in the future. Point. Of course, the loss was huge, and the gain was even greater. He began to count the gains of this time in his mind. Point. The soul power level suddenly went from level 50 to level 56, which was expected. After all, a soul ring of nearly 50,000 years is enough to be the 9th soul ring of the title Douluo. The soul skills obtained are also similar to what Amon expected. As in the past, he called the skills he gained this time Dream Stealer. Point. Passive skills. Like the passive skills of the 4th soul ring, it strengthens the nature of stealing that has been possessed since the 1st soul ring, making the concept of stealing more important. Point. Active skills. Mind reading, which can read other people's thoughts, but can only read what the other party is thinking, not memorize. The completeness and efficiency of reading information are related to the comparison of the mental strength of both parties and the psychological and emotional state of the other party. Point. The stronger your own spirit is than the other party, the easier it is to read. When the other party's psychology and emotions have great ups and downs, it will be much easier to read. Dream Stealing. Mind reading is linked to stealing, which can steal other people's thoughts, store them in the soul ring, and return them at the right time point. There is a certain limit on the number of thoughts stored. For some thoughts that he does not want to return to the other party, Amon can also choose to release them to himself and digest them by himself. The relevant conditions for the success rate of stealing dreams are similar to those of reading minds. Under the same conditions, stealing dreams is more difficult than reading minds. In addition, the most important point is that all clones have also been upgraded to level 41 and can use the 4th soul skill. This is a qualitative leap in Amon's strength. Any soul emperor is as weak as an ordinary person in front of Amon now. If the steal skill specifies a soul skill of the opponent, sufficient information is required. Otherwise there will be a high failure rate. But if you do not specify a soul skill and choose to steal randomly, you can randomly steal any skill from 1 to 4 rings. In most cases, the stolen soul skills will be 1 or 2 rings, but Amon is not one, but a group. As long as 4 clones use steal, you can steal the first 4 soul skills of any opponent, and the opponent cannot use them within a day. The 5th and 6th soul skills have a failure rate, but as long as more clones try at the same time, try more times with the advantage of frequency, the success rate of stealing soul skills will be close to 100%. So, an aggregated Amon with more than a dozen time worms can beat any soul emperor. Even most soul saints will not be the opponent of aggregated Amon. Because the 7th soul skill, the martial soul true body, has the greatest effect. After it is activated, you can use all soul skills below 7 rings, except the martial soul true body for 30 minutes without restriction, and the power is 150% of the original point. But if there are no soul skills from the 1st to the 6th ring, the greatest effect of the martial soul true body is equivalent to nothing. Although some martial soul true bodies also have special effects, allowing soul masters to fight without relying on 1 to 6 soul rings. They are a minority after all. And no matter what, if you lose 1 to 6 soul rings, you can only use the martial soul true body. Even if you still have good combat power, your strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Of course, it is still difficult for Amon to be a weapon soul master at the soul saint level. After they open their weapon souls, they can't be underestimated if they use their martial souls to fight alone, but the difficulty is not very great. In the weapon soul true body state, directly using the weapon martial soul to attack consumes a lot of energy and consumes soul power, and even soul saints can't hit them a few times. Just add more time worms and fight a war of attrition. As for the children and the soul master competition, for a general team, a gathering Amon with 28 time worms can suppress the whole field. Even if there are several soul kings in the spirit hall team, it's just a matter of adding 2 or 3 time worms. This was expected by Amon a long time ago. In fact, he already knew it when he got the 4th soul skill. No matter what skill the 5th soul skill is, it will not affect him to crush the soul emperor. After becoming a soul king. After the Amon sensed that the main body had successfully advanced, the clones in Hanhei City began to evacuate in an orderly manner, leaving only 2 as idle chess pieces. "Ah, you leaving? Remember to come back to see me." The girl gave a boy wearing a monocle a hug with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "I will see you again, if we are lucky." The young man smiled. "Ah, you are leaving? What a pity. It is not easy to find a diligent and smart guy like you," the owner of the tavern said with a trace of regret. Amon, dressed in cloth, scratched his head and smiled shyly. "I know the boss of a caravan, and I want to travel more while I'm young." The tavern owner did not try to keep him, but gave him 3 more silver soul coins when he settled his salary. "Be more careful, there are many bad guys these days. Don't be sold, and help others count money." Amon said goodbye to his friends in the city one by one and set off on his way home. When passing by the city gate, he heard a hapless guard complain, "Damn it, why is my wallet lost again? I suspect I was robbed. Hahaha, you can't let others hear this. If people know that members of our city guard have had their wallets stolen by thieves many times, others will question our business level." One of his colleagues laughed. "Be careful, this thief is a bit evil. You'd better pay attention to your wallet. Don't let it be stolen without knowing it." The unlucky guard said unhappily, "How can this be? But, shit." The man who had just laughed at the unlucky guard touched his chest. and found that his purse was also missing. Wait, mine is gone too. And mine. What the hell? Several Amons who had just walked a short distance showed each other their newly acquired purses with smiles on their faces. They all looked down on Amon, who had not stolen anything. On the second floor balcony of the Hanhei City Wuhan Hall, a young man with black hair, a black gentleman's hat, a suit of the same color, black gloves on his hands, and a cane stood by the railing, overlooking the huge city point. The wind blew the hem of his suit point behind him. Cardinal Pierce in a red robe slowly walked to his side. "Mr. Adam, the matter is done. Why don't you leave?" "I'm quite interested in the Sea Soul Masters now, and don't call me by that name anymore, otherwise there will be trouble. Remember, Adam is dead." The young man in black smiled. "Then, what should I call you?" Call me Clean. PS. It will be available on Sunday. Please be the first to pre-order. Please support it. Chapter 103 Battle. At Amon's current level, the Continental High-Level Soul Master Elite competition was no longer in his eyes. No, he had never taken it seriously from the beginning. He had always regarded it as a gimmick point to lure Yan Jin, attract investment, or use it as a link to contact powerful soul masters who could help him obtain the required soul rings. What he gained along the way was what he really wanted: the acquisition of the second soul ring, the third soul ring, and even the fourth and fifth soul rings were all related to the people he contacted with this gimmick point. Otherwise, he would never be able to hunt such a suitable soul beast by himself. Although Amon did not have much desire for the 3 10,000-year soul bones awarded as a champion, he did not mind helping those who supported him in the past to get some benefits without affecting his next plan. He had made many promises, and even if it did not have much impact on him, whether he fulfilled them or not, Amon did not intend to breach them. Sometimes, setting up an honest and trustworthy personality can better deceive people. The deception of honest people is the most unexpected and deadly. In addition, participating in the Soul Master competition can also make a few moves, which may not be useful, but may bring a small surprise at some point. Considering this, Amon still pretends to be actively preparing for the Soul Master competition, without much change. However, some people don't seem to agree that he is actively preparing for the competition. Student Amon, the Soul Master competition is coming soon. Is it really okay for you to do this? Sun Boyan rarely mustered up the courage to remind Amon. Look at the teams of other colleges. Which one is not training hard, strengthening tacit understanding, and discussing tactics at this time? Look at what you are doing. Elia, Vidal, Brady, and Franco. These 4 guys are lingering in various banquets. How can they look like they are practicing seriously? Yan Jin did play individual games in the fighting spirit field, but the Soul Master competition is mainly a team competition. Except for Lei Yin, she can't cooperate with others at all. Rommel took the scholarship for top students given by the college, and spent all day drinking and partying. Even Lei Yin was led astray by him. Don't you, the captain, care about it? He was really worried about the team members at this time, worried that they were young and full of energy, proud and complacent, and would ruin a good hand. Just looking at what the team members are doing now, it is indeed a bit of a mess. Although Sun Boyan's attitude was a little accusatory, knowing that he was well intentioned, Amon didn't care. He smiled and said, "Well, there is not much time left before the Soul Master competition officially opens. I, the captain, have not shown up all the time. It seems inappropriate not to organize some team activities. Then let's play a few games. Teacher Sun, you can arrange it." Sun Boyan's attitude is also the attitude of the academy. Amon needs to give them a reassurance. Okay, then let's put it this way. What level are you now? I will go to the Northland Great Soul Fighting Arena to help you arrange opponents. Level? I don't know what level they are. You can ask yourself. In my case, level 56. Amon said with a smile. When Amon said he didn't know the levels of his teammates, Sun Boyan wanted to complain about how he was the captain. On second thought, he, the nominal instructor, didn't know either, so he didn't seem to be qualified to say anything about him. When Amon reported his own level, Sun Boyan was stunned. How much? Are you saying it again? Did I hear it right? Level 56. Isn't Yan Jin playing in the individual competition in the fighting arena? You should know her level. Amon asked back. Well, Level 53, an unprecedented genius, so it's not surprising that I, the captain, am level 56. Amon smiled faintly. Point with a team member at level 53. It is not reasonable for the captain to be less than level 50, so Amon's level is normal. Sun Boyuan nodded, as if he was convinced, and left in a daze. Point. After he was far away from Amon, he slapped his head and felt that his cognition was almost broken by these talented students. He realized it belatedly. How could this be considered normal, although compared with Yan Jin, who was less than 15 years old, the abnormal talent of level 53 was slightly inferior, but for a young man under 20 years old, the soul power level of level 56 was terrifying enough. Point. Looking at Sun Boyuan's reaction, Amon was thoughtful. Every time he absorbed a soul ring, his previous soul skills would be slightly strengthened. Sun Boyuan was obviously strengthened by the passive ability of his second soul skill that enhanced affinity. Affected, I subconsciously believed what he said. Point. This effect is surprisingly good. Could it be that the soul skills brought by Hei and Soul Ring are related to the mind and thinking, so the ability in related fields has been greatly enhanced? He made such a guess. It is not easy to find a team with matching strength for the Northland team. The Fighting Soul field judges the team level based on the soul power level and fighting soul badge level of the highest person. Point. They divide registered soul masters into 8 levels: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Point. The fighting soul badge level can basically be regarded as the combat power of a soul master in the same rank. Point. When matching, the fighting soul field first divides the level by the soul power level and then determines the opponent by the badge level. Point. Only those with the same soul power level and the same fighting soul level will compete on the same stage. Point. Currently, the person with the highest badge level in the soul fighting arena in BD College is Yan Jin. He has not lost a single match in the past 6 months and has reached the ruby level, which is only one step away from the highest diamond level. Point. Yan Jin's existence has raised the team level to a very high level. Point. If she also plays, the BD College team will have to face a ruby level team above level 50. Point. The question is there really such a team, let alone the ruby level? It is difficult to find a team above level 50. Point. The Soul King level is already the middle class of soul masters who has reached this level and still has nothing to do in the soul fighting arena to play. The city lords of many main cities in the Xiandao Empire are only soul masters of this level. Point. Maybe there are warmongers like Yan Jin who will hone themselves in the soul fighting arena, but there are very few such people, and it is simply a fantasy to want to put together a team. Point. This makes Sun Boyuan a little worried, but if Yan Jin is not allowed to participate, then it will not play a role in strengthening the overall tacit understanding. Point. He reported his difficulties to the academy. The attitudes of the senior executives of the Northland Academy were surprisingly consistent. They were full of confidence in this team and were willing to strongly support it. Point. They sent people to communicate with the Great Fighting Soul Arena and asked them to temporarily form a matching team. Point. Although the Great Fighting Soul Arena has the support of the 7 major Soul Master families, it is powerful and spread across the continent, but this is the Northland. Point. The Great Fighting Soul Arena attached great importance to the request made by the Northland Academy, which almost involved all the nobles in the Northland. Point. They immediately issued a task for all registered soul masters in the Fighting Soul Arena, promising high remuneration or equal remuneration. Of course, these expenses were paid by the Northland Academy. Point. Under the special communication means of the Fighting Soul Arena, this task was quickly sent to other places. In Xiandao City, Flanders looked at the mission leaflet he got from the fighting arena and said with some regret, "Why is it in the north? It would be great if it was in Xiandao or somewhere closer." Liu. Erlang chuckled. "Even if you are short of money, you don't have to think about asking those kids to help you make money all day long, right?" Am I that kind of person? I just thought that this is very suitable for honing them, but it's too far away. Flanders said righteously. Uzziah Gang on the side shook his head. It's too early. Although Xiazan and the others have made great progress these days, it's still difficult for them to face a team of level 50. Even the most ordinary team of level 50 soul masters is a big challenge for them. Also, don't just look at the soul power level. Flanders, look at the soul level of the team you need to face in the mission. After hearing his reminder, Flanders moved his eyes away from the reward and then exclaimed, "Ruby level." The mission of the soul fighting field did not specify that the opponent was the team of the Northland College. Although the information of the participating students was not very secret, the college would not take the initiative to spread it widely. Therefore, Uzaya Gang and others did not know that this would be the opponent that their Shrek team would face in the near future. Chapter 104, Fighting Spirit Arena. 3 weeks later, with the strong support of the Northland College, the help of the Great Soul Arena, and the charm of the glittering gold soul coins, 4 Ruby level Soul King teams gathered at the Northland Great Soul Arena. 2 of them were temporarily put together by individual players who accepted the task, both of which were composed of 2 Soul Kings above the Ruby level and 5 Soul Lords. One was a real team that came here because of its reputation. It was very strong, with 3 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Lords in terms of level alone. It was almost the same as the Golden Generation team of the Spirit Hall. As for the information of the last team, the Soul Arena did not announce it to the public, leaving a suspense. Alia and others had a hunch that the last unknown team might be their real rival. The Northland Great Soul Arena did not immediately arrange a battle between the 2 sides. After all, such a level of group battle is rare. They put a lot of effort into this matter, and of course they had to take advantage of the opportunity to publicize it. In view of the good relationship between the 2 sides, the Northland College did not urge them. It was not until the 5th day that the invitation to the battle was sent to Amon. TSK, this is our first group activity. I hope everyone can have fun. Amon stroked his monocle and said with a chuckle, I'm a little impatient waiting. I hope they can give me some fun. Yan Jin clenched his right fist and knocked it on the palm of his left hand, grinning with a slightly arrogant smile. Rommel picked his nose with his little finger and then flicked the excavated snot in the direction of Franco, attracting the latter's angry glare. He looked relaxed. Although the position of the 4th soul skill was reserved for martial soul condensation, resulting in the strength of his barrier not being as indestructible as before at the same level, it was still not something that could be easily broken. Except for the 3 of them, the expressions of the rest of the team members were a little solemn, because they were only in their 30s, while the opponent was a soul master in his 40s. The lack of a 4th soul ring had a great impact on combat effectiveness. The next day, the Northland Soul Fighting Arena was packed with people, many of whom were wealthy businessmen or nobles who had come from other cities to watch. Sun Boyuan looked at the bustling Soul Fighting Arena with a dull expression. The cause of the incident was that he wanted the members of the Northland team to have a run in training. But he didn't expect that the Soul Fighting Arena would turn it into a small event for Soul Masters under the attention of the crowd. The members of the Northland team slowly walked onto the ring. Unlike the standard ring, prepared in the academy in imitation of the Soul Master competition, the Soul Fighting Arena prepared the most central main arena for them this time. The area is wider, allowing Soul Masters at the Soul King level to give full play to their abilities without appearing small. The opponent is a team of 2 Ruby level Soul Kings and 5 Sapphire level Soul Masters. One of the thin, hook-nosed Soul Kings laughed disdainfully. Oh, is that you? A bunch of brats. If we beat the 7 of you, we can get the triple bonus promised by the Soul Fighting Arena. The Northland College sent Yan Jin, Romeo, Lei Yin, Vidiel, Alia, Binglan and Brady. Yan Jin looked at him with a look of disdain. Just you? Not even a warm-up. The battle began. Since the temporary team on the Soul Fighting Arena was also a temporary team composed of individual players, the coordination was almost non-existent. It was obviously a group battle, but it was turned into a single-player battle by both sides. The hook-nosed Soul King approached Yan Jin and said sinisterly, "Brat, this is the Great Soul Fighting Arena, not your school. Facts have proved that Yan Jin is not a person who likes to brag. The hook-nosed Soul King is a talkative person, and he was beaten down by her almost at the first encounter. The Earth Dragon Golden Gird gave Yan Jin the ultimate Earth attribute. Although the temperature of her Magna Martial Soul did not increase too much, the impact force of the simulated volcanic eruption reached an extremely terrifying level. Even though the hook-nosed Soul King used the 4th soul skill, he was knocked unconscious by the big fire breath formed by the combination of Yan Jin's 1st and 2nd soul skills. TSK, so weak. Yan Jin curled his lips and glanced at the battle of the other 6 people. Rommel relied on his high defense and used the barrier to form a tightly wrapped armor that covered his whole body. He held 2 barrier swords in his hands and dragged another sulking point except for his side, which was slightly declining. The others were still in a stalemate, and it was unclear whether they would win or lose. The defeat of the hook-nosed sulking affected the mentality of their team members. In a panic, before Yan Jin made the next move, Vidiel and Brady seized the opponent's flaws and knocked them to the ground. The outcome was already clear, and the 2 who had freed their hands helped their teammates and defeated the rest of the opponents. In the end, the sulking who fought against Rommel was unable to support himself and had to admit defeat. The whole game process was smooth and the Northland College team won with a huge advantage. However, the audience's enthusiasm remained unabated. The evenly matched battle was certainly exciting, but such a quick and neat decision, like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, could also arouse their admiration for the winning team. The next day, the Northland College replaced 3 people, replacing Vidiel, Brady, and Alia with Gong Chengyan, Yang Fipeng, and Franco, who were slightly weaker. However, the battle still had no twists and turns. It can only be said that Yan Jin was too strong. He always defeated his opponent first with overwhelming power, thus laying the foundation for victory. The reason why she did not get the diamond level badge in the Great Fighting Soul Arena was not because of her lack of strength, but because there were not enough opponents to match her, which caused her to stay at the ruby level. Yan Jin's performance made Sun Boyan feel complicated. He felt as if he had done something unnecessary. Although it further proved the comprehensive strength of the Northland team, the running in effect was almost non-existent. There was no battle on the 3rd day. After 2 days of rest, the 3rd team and the Northland College officially started the battle. Amon sat in the audience and looked at the ring below with interest. He smelled a familiar smell from the hunting soul team. It was a similar smell to the triplet robbers and the villagers of the nameless village outside the Danghan mountain. Looking around, he saw a familiar figure. Walter was wearing a red and black silk dress, like an ordinary rich old man, holding a teacup, sitting in the audience with a not so good angle, looking at the ring with a smile on his face. "Aren't you going on stage yet? Today's opponent is not simple." Beside him, the head of the Wuhan Hall, Cardinal Vargas, asked with a little doubt. He knew that this soul fighting competition was mainly held for the Northland College team to run in the team, but they all had to run in the team, so what was the point of you, the captain, watching the show from the sidelines? "It seems that you know a little about this soul hunting team, but not enough about me. If you were in that team, maybe I would be interested in playing with it." Amon replied with a smile. Vargas' pupils shrank, and then he showed an interested smile. "You mean, are you sure you can fight me?" He knew that Amon had always been very low-key and almost never took the initiative to show anything, but he was quite surprised that he would show such a sharp edge at this moment. He had already got what he wanted, and what was left was just a clone with a personality close to the original body. Amon no longer needed to hide too much, and he nodded slightly. "Yes, but there is no need." Chapter 105. Remarks on the launch. Thanks to Penglay for saving me, and thank you all for your support. Thank you to Wanshu Gumo for the 1500 reward, and thank you to Morningstar Lucifer, D40ZZER0, Arc Knights 10, I Surrender, Open a Book, Reborn from the Cocoon, Ikthal Who Get Out, Book Friend. 20222042403300299136, and Zingran Changaya for the reward. Thank you to all book friends for the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Finally, please order first. Chapter 106. This damn familiar feeling. Amon's answer shocked Vargas, because Walter had commented on him and said that he was very similar to himself. Vargas knew Walter's character, modest, polite, never boastful, and cautious. Since Amon was similar to Walter and was not a proud and complacent person, could he really be sure to deal with the Soul Saint? But how old is he? And there is also a clear gap in the level of soul power. Vargas thought for a while and felt that Amon might have a very powerful killer soul skill. Even a soul saint would suffer a great loss or even be defeated directly if he was not prepared. This was the most reasonable explanation he could think of. He did not continue this topic and focused his attention on the central arena. The 7-member team of the Wuhan Hall sent by Walter had already entered the field. Standing opposite them, Yan Jin keenly felt the difference in his opponent. The aura of the 7 people on the other side was faintly connected together, forming a whole, which was completely different from the scattered one on his side. Moreover, they exuded a faint smell of blood and a cold, dead atmosphere. Yan Jin, who had dealt with Glenn a lot in Frostleaf City, knew that this was unique to people who wandered in the dark all year round and performed some shady tasks. "Are you the soul hunting team? This soul can't be the soul of a soul master, right?" Yan Jin asked with some curiosity. "You can also understand it as the soul of a soul beast." The captain of the soul hunting team was a one-eyed dragon. His right eye was blinded by something unknown, leaving a hideous wound from the forehead to the nose. "I understand. It's the soul of a soul master." Yan Jin nodded, looking like he knew it very well. Yan Jin was unexpectedly stubborn in some aspects, and once he made up his mind, 9 dragons couldn't pull him back. The one-eyed leader fell silent. He didn't want to communicate with such a person who was not very smart at first glance, and he would be easily fooled. The change in Yan Jin's attitude made Lei Yin feel different. She looked disgusted in the previous 2 teams, but now she showed unusual interest, and he could even feel that she was a little cautious. "Be careful, this team is probably very strong," Lei Yin reminded the other members. Okay, I get it." Rommel was a little more serious. The other Alia, Binglan, Vidal, and Brady didn't take it too seriously. The 2 easy victories before made them a little complacent. But as soon as they fought, they found obvious differences. The opponent was extremely ruthless, attacking the fatal parts with every move, and sometimes even ignoring their own attacks, exchanging injuries for lives. Alia, Vidal, and Brady had almost no power to fight back. After losing the initiative at the beginning, they fell into a comprehensive disadvantage. If Yan Jin hadn't taken the time to use a big fire breath across the entire arena to divide the battlefield, temporarily isolate the enemy and interrupt the opponent's offensive, they might have been defeated. Her action angered her opponent. One Eye quickly approached and stabbed Yan Jin's heart with his short sword spirit at a very tricky angle. But before he got close, he was forced back by an amazing heat wave. Yan Jin clenched his fists in front of him and crossed them, then stretched them to both sides. 2 streams of magma burst out, and under her control, formed a circular lava wall. The leader of the One Eye and the Soul King, who Lian was holding tightly with his speed, was circled in. "Leave these 2 to me. Lian, you go help them," Yan Jin ordered. "Okay." Lian nodded, turned into a flash of lightning, and disappeared in the fire circle. Under the pressure of the hunting soul team, the few people who had always fought on their own had to start cooperating. Otherwise, they would probably lose if they still followed the original style of play. Lian's original opponent wanted to break through the lava wall, but was hit back by the volcanic bomb that suddenly emerged from the wall. Yan Jin's first and 4th soul rings have always been in a state of lighting, but the light is slightly dimmer than when using normal soul skills under the vigilant gaze of the one-eyed man. Yan Jin's 3rd soul ring shines brightly, and the surrounding lava walls seem to come alive, flowing continuously, and the color is more bright. She used the 3rd soul skill to increase the temperature of the magma surrounded by the lava wall. The one-eyed man and his companion stood back to back, alert to the wall that seemed like a living thing. The one-eyed man's companion, a short and thin soul king, was a little surprised that he did not feel the heat of the magma. "Be careful, this guy's martial spirit is very strange. You see, these magmas did not melt the arena, but this does not mean that the temperature is not high. Its high temperature seems to be shown only when it attacks us," the one-eyed leader reminded. "I understand. Flame King Dragon." The short and thin Soul King spit out the name of a soul beast. He felt that the nature of Yan Jin's magma martial spirit was somewhat similar to the flame of the Flame King Dragon, giving him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Not but quite knowledgeable. "Yes, my 4th soul ring comes from a Flame King Dragon." Yan Jin admitted it openly. The short and thin Soul King looked at the black 10,000 year soul ring, feeling complicated. "What's wrong?" The one-eyed leader asked, after noticing his companion's strangeness. No. The short and thin Soul King's tone was erratic. He remembered that more than half a year ago, he had received a task from his superiors to find a 10,000-year level Flame King Dragon Point. That task seemed to have been sent from the North Point at that time. He was the one who reported the news of the existence of the Flame King Dragon in the Sunset Forest, thinking that he was coming to participate in this fighting spirit competition at the order of his superiors. He seriously suspected that the girl opposite was the target of secret cultivation by a big shot in the spirit hall. He suddenly didn't dare to take action. Yan Jin launched an attack. Although he was fighting 1 against 2, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Not bad. Seeing that the opponent once again dodged his volcano combo like a barrage, Yan Jin praised. The one-eyed leader seized the opportunity to counter-attack several times, but found that his teammates seemed to be much slower than usual and could not keep up with the rhythm repeatedly. Hey, what are you doing? He couldn't help but roared. Captain, the mission to find soul beasts half a year ago. The short and thin Soul King reminded in a low voice. Half a year ago. I went to the Douluo Empire at that time. The one-eyed leader replied. The short and thin Soul King did not continue to speak, but just kept attacking as before, and obviously did not have the sharpness at the beginning of the game. He thought that, since the boss didn't say he had to win, it didn't matter if he lost, but if he accidentally hit her in the vitals during the fight, that would be a big problem. With the short and thin Soul King paddling, the two of them couldn't defeat Yan Jin quickly, and they were even at a disadvantage from time to time. Of course, even if he fought seriously, he was still not sure of defeating Yan Jin. On the other side, with the help of Lei Yin, the situation was reversed, and Vidiel and others defeated their opponents one after another. In the end, only the one-eyed leader of the soul hunting team was still fighting seriously, and he could only jump off the ring helplessly. He looked coldly at the short and thin Soul King, who was working, but not working hard. You'd better give me an explanation. The latter shrugged. Okay, you will be satisfied with my explanation. Chapter 107. Captain, please take a seat. The hunting soul team taught the Northland College team a lesson, and broke the pride and complacency of some of its members, making them realize that it was not the Northland team that was strong, but some of its members. In all 3 games, Yan Jin found the breakthrough point, and in the 3rd game, she dragged 2 people alone. Otherwise she would not have won at all. This also gave Sun Boyan, who originally had little presence, a chance to show his face. He stood in front of everyone and nodded to Yan Jin. Very good. Yan Jin's performance this time was very good and impeccable. As for you, after 2 victories, you began to underestimate the enemy, and you should have discovered that, although they have 1 more soul ring than you, their strength is not much stronger than you, but they have more combat experience than you, especially the 3 of you. Vidiel, Alia, Brady. Your performance in the 3rd game can even be described as poor. Bing. Lang was able to hold the opponent back, but you almost became a breakthrough point for others. If it weren't for Yan Jin's active cooperation, the final outcome would not be like this. Sun Boyan's words made Vidiel and the other 2 feel uncomfortable, because they were the truth. This time it was our mistake. There won't be a next time. Brady looked unhappy and spoke coldly. Vidiel nodded. Yes, we are too focused on protecting ourselves and don't have the momentum to fight to the death. Alia adjusted her expression. A smile reappeared on her face and said in a silver bell-like voice, this won't work. If my performance is not good enough, I won't be recognized by everyone. Sun Boyan didn't say anything more. The tacit understanding of the team is not something that can be achieved through 1 or 2 times of running in. It is enough to see Yan Jin and the others cooperate with each other when they encounter difficulties. This proves that they are not completely self-willed. As for Amon, who did not play, he couldn't say anything. Sun Boyan still remembers the martial soul fusion technique of Amon and Rommel. That terrible power is enough to dominate the arena in the game. It's just that the martial soul fusion technique consumes too much energy, and it is unknown how long it can last. In addition, the attack power is too strong, so you have to be careful not to kill the opponent. After seeing the team members adjust their mentality, Sun Boyan nodded with satisfaction. It is worth the Academy's investment of so many resources in you to be able to realize your own shortcomings in time. Have a good rest tomorrow, and there will be another game the day after tomorrow. After Sun Boyan left, several people smiled at each other. Although it was just a small cooperation, the relationship between the members of the team seemed to have improved a lot. Alia was thoughtful. As expected, a common enemy is the best way to enhance internal unity. After a day of rest, when they stepped into the big fighting arena again, the scene inside surprised them. The fighting arena, which was crowded with people a few days ago, was now empty, not to mention the audience. Even the staff in the arena did not see a single one. Did we come to the wrong time? Vidiel frowned in confusion. No, it's impossible that so many people have all remembered it wrong. Gong Chengyan held his chin and thought. Speaking of which, since yesterday, some tourists from other places have left one after another. Is it over? But we received a notice that there are indeed 4 games. Lei Yan touched the back of his head, a little confused about the current situation. A familiar voice came from another entrance. Good morning. Hello. Yu Xingsu, wearing a white outfit, walked over while yawning. Behind her were 6 other teachers, Zhu Yaozi, Rona, Tajis, Xian Honghe, as well as the head teacher of grade 3 class 2 Xiang Shiming, and grade 3 class 3 Pandes Heng. Seeing that the teachers were all wearing clothes that were easy to move in, with inexplicable smiles on their faces, Vidiel and others were a little surprised. Brady showed a stiff smile. No way, Bing. Lan's expressionless face also showed a hint of surprise. Rommel scratched his ears. Well, it's indeed an unprecedented strong enemy. Only Yan Jin had a flash of excitement in his dark red eyes. Ha ha ha. That's good enough. It didn't disappoint my expectations. The last team they need to face is composed of teachers from the Northland College. No one's level is below the Soul King, and the leader is Yu Xingsu, who is at the Soul Emperor level. By the way, let me tell you something. I also broke through to the Soul Emperor not long ago. Zhu Yaozi said with a smile, which made Alia and others, who were already in a heavy mood, lose their fighting spirit even more. For this battle, no one actually had any expectations for the Northland team. The average gap of nearly 2 spirit rings was enough to make any genius helpless. Since the elite competition of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy was held, no team has been able to face such a Linux. The first 3 teams are the ones they really need to defeat, and today's battle is more of a test nature. My team cannot allow failure. A soft voice came. Amon, wearing a black robe and a pointed soft hat, walked in. He pinched the monocle on his right eye with a smile on his face. Amon. Yan Jin was also a little surprised that this person who could almost be regarded as a missing person returned. What's wrong? You don't have to show such a surprised look. As the captain, I will also go on stage. Amon chuckled. You arrange it. Vidiel nodded at him. When Amon was away, Vidiel basically served as the vice captain, and the previous lineup was decided by him and Sun Boyan, Yan Jin, Lian, Romiel, Vidiel, Alia, Binglan. Amon called all the regular players and stepped onto the stage. At this time, there were only 5 people in the audience. Zhang Yuming, the principal of BD College, Sun Boyan, the team coach, and 3 substitute players. Let me see how you have grown in the past 6 months. Zhang Yuming looked at Amon with a smile on his face. He was full of confidence in the BD College team today and had great hope of winning the championship, even if the opponent was the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Yu Xingsu stood on the other side of the stage, looking at her nominal student, with a malicious smile on her face. Student Amon, I remember that you have never attended a class in nearly 3 years. Even Yan Jin, the troublemaker, knows to show up occasionally. As your teacher, I have long wanted to guide you well. Faced with Yu Xingsu locking onto his aura, Amon smiled as usual. Then let's just treat this as after class instruction. Both sides arranged their positions, and Zhang Yuming acted as the referee. He said calmly, let's get started once everything is ready. Rommel activated his martial spirit immediately, condensing a chair on Amon's back. Captain, please take a seat. Chapter 108 AMON-039 S. Amon was stunned by Rommel's behavior. He was going to show some respect to the teachers in the academy, but since Rommel was so kind, he didn't refuse. Amon sat down leisurely on the chair, leaning against the back of the chair, with his elbows on the armrests and his chin supported by the back of his hands. His behavior of not caring about others made Yuzingsu laugh. She clenched her fists, not hiding her murderous intent. Okay, I thought you were arrogant enough in the selection competition at that time, but I didn't expect you to dare to do this to us. Xingsu originally wanted to use her murderous aura to oppress the other party, but Amon seemed not to feel it, and said calmly, "Teachers, please be careful. I'm an auxiliary soul master. Under my amplification, the strength of the team members will be raised to a higher level." Rona did not take his reminder seriously, and said with a smile, "Then let the teacher see to what extent you can increase their strength." Amon stretched out his arm forward, and 5 streams of light flew out of his palm, sinking into the bodies of Yan Jin, Lian, Rommel, Binglan, and Alia respectively. As for Vidiel, Amon did not fuse his martial soul with him, because his martial soul and soul skills output were relatively fixed. Even if he had a huge soul power, he would be restricted, and could not exert too strong power. "What about me, Captain? What about mine?" Vidiel pointed at himself, looking confused. He felt that he was treated differently. "You just come with me, and watch from the sidelines." Amon's soul power extended and formed another chair beside him. Oh. Vidiel sat down in a daze. He was a little uncomfortable, and his butt only touched half of the chair. A clear cry sounded. After the martial soul fusion with Amon's time worm clone, Binglan turned into a huge blue-white giant eagle made of frost. The outstretched wings covered half of the ring and cast a large shadow on the ground. Lian turned into a thunder dragon with a pair of small wings on its back, and its slender body was hovering in the air. The flashing lightning illuminated the surroundings, and the thunder that sounded from time to time was like a heavy drum beat, hitting the heart and making people feel depressed. Roar. The dragon roared loudly, and the sound waves caused by the thunder made the ring tremble faintly. Rommel crossed his arms over his chest, and a huge dark purple warrior rose from the ground. He stood on the chest of the barrier giant, and looked down at his opponent. Stars shine. A silver bell-like chant sounded, and stars flashing with light green light floated above the fighting spirit arena. Xingsu looked up, with a look of surprise. She knew that this was Alia's third soul skill, similar to the first soul skill, which could create stars to attack the opponent remotely. The difference was that the third soul skill could adjust the number of stars according to the amount of soul power. But what the hell was this scene that was all over the fighting spirit arena, like a sky full of stars? This was not over yet. Yan Jin showed a wanton smile, and she shouted, "Lava giant soldier!" The 5th soul skill lit up, and the dark soul ring burst into a deep light. Her 5th soul ring came from a 20,000-year-old flowing fire toad. Its effect was similar to Lian's 2nd soul ring, and it could store magma, but the amount was much larger, and it could store magma equivalent to 4 times her total soul power even without Amon's assistance. She could now create a very strong lava giant soldier with her own strength. At this moment, with the support of Amon's time worm soul power, a 50-meter tall magma giant appeared on the arena. The huge body pushed the giant eagle, thunder dragon, and purple warrior aside, and the stars in the sky above the fighting arena also scattered. When seeing the frost giant eagle, Xingsu and others were surprised that Binglan could perform such a powerful move with the assistance of Amon. No matter which soul king, he may not be the opponent if he faces it alone. Then they saw Lian's thunder dragon, and they felt a little heavy. Thunder and lightning are not as good as frost. Even the Soul Emperor dare not underestimate its powerful destructive power, but it's not a big problem. Xingsu's martial soul is the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which has strong resistance to lightning, so just let her deal with it. Then, Romeel's purple warrior made them feel more pressured. The teachers also knew the defensive power of his martial soul. Under that size, the defense must be greatly increased, and no one was confident that they could break it. At the same time, they had a bad premonition in their hearts. If they were not mistaken, 5 streams of light flew out of Amon's palm just now, and sank into the bodies of 5 people. Alia's silver bell-like chanting, and the stars shining with light green light that followed, made them feel depressed. At this moment, they could not see much chance of winning. Finally, Yan Jin's terrifying lava giant made everyone on the teacher's team sluggish. What the hell is this thing? Is it really supposed to appear in the Soul Master competition? Looking at the lava giant's right arm that was almost half the size of his body, they all had an idea in their minds. After this punch, the battle will probably be over. It wasn't just the teachers who were in a daze. Aya, Binglan, and Vidiel were also trembling in their hearts. They never thought that Amon's assistance could be amplified to this extent, and he was assisting 5 people at the same time. Looking at his majestic friends, Vidiel felt a little sour in his heart. He looked at Amon and said in a flattering tone, "Captain, do you think I can do it?" Amon shrugged. "Your martial soul and soul skills are not suitable. Even if I assist, you can't exert such power." Hearing this, Vidiel seemed to be limed, leaning on the back of the chair with lifeless eyes, as if he still felt unsatisfied. Yan Jin used his third soul skill to maximize the temperature of the magma point. The body of the lava giant soldier was faintly glowing with a blazing white light. Gots, fist, crush. She slowly raised her right arm, as if she was about to smash it down. Yuzingsu came back to her senses, waved her hands repeatedly, and quickly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop, no need to fight, you won, damn it." They originally wanted to give the student team a reminder, to let them realize their shortcomings, and put away their pride, but the result was completely different from what they expected. Under Amon's assistance, the strength shown by the students made them all feel terrified. Although they failed to achieve their expected goal, they were not disappointed at all. What's the point of being proud or not? With such strength, what's wrong with being arrogant? No matter how proud and complacent they are, no matter how careless they are, no matter how uncoordinated they are, under such absolute power, it's just a small problem. The championship is already in the bag. As for the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, who are they? How dare the glove rotten grass compete with the sun and the moon? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Xiandao City. Xiandao City, under the influence of the continent-wide Senior Soul Master Elite competition, was now a scene of empty streets. The hotel was full early, and the tickets for the Xiandao Spirit Fighting Arena were also sold out. This is a grand event that attracts worldwide attention in the Soul world. From the royal family, nobles to common people, everyone is looking forward to its arrival. Sun Boyan had a headache at this time, because they arrived a little late, and failed to grab the best hotel. Although there are worse hotels, the sound insulation effect is not very good, and he is worried that this will affect the students' rest. "It's okay, leave it to me." Yan Jin patted his chest, and led everyone to a luxurious looking mansion. "This is..." Vidiel was a little confused. The mansion in front of him covered an extremely vast area, even compared to his home. But this is Xiandao City, where every inch of land is precious. Although the area is only about the same, the actual value is not the same. "Hehe, the old man said he would let us stay here during the competition," Yan Jin said with a smile. "Thanks for the treat." Earlier glanced at her and walked in first. Amon pinched his monocle and smiled. "Very good." He had a premonition that Walter was going to make some move again. When they left Northland City, Marquis Fikris was officially declared dead, and the fight for the title reached its most intense and critical moment. It was probably Walter who attacked the Marquis, and Alia colluded with him. Therefore, the death of the Marquis is probably closely related to Aria, the filial daughter. The Soul Master competition hasn't even started yet, but the smell of conspiracy has already filled the air. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Amon?" An old man dressed as a butler in a black tuxedo walked up to them and bowed slightly. Amon nodded. "It's me. The master has been waiting for you for a long time. Master Soul Masters, please come in." The butler politely made an invite gesture. Under his leadership, several people came to the living room of the mansion. A fat middle-aged man wearing yellow complex aristocratic clothing, wearing a pair of crystal monocles, with his hair parted in the middle, greeted warmly, "Good afternoon to all my friends from the north. My name is Dennis, and I'm very happy to host you here, son." Boyan was a little confused. If it was the arrangement of Vidal, Aliyah, Brady or Franco, he wouldn't be too surprised, but Dennis obviously came for Yan Jin or Amon. Amon glanced at the monocle on his left eye and showed a slightly interested smile. Hello, Lord Dennis, I'm Amon. Dennis looked at Amon for a few times and was slightly startled when he saw the monocle on his right eye. Classmate Amon, he is indeed a talented person. Then he said to son Boyan, you must be teacher's son. I have arranged your guest rooms. The housekeeper will take you there. If you have any needs, just tell him. Now, please allow me to occupy some of our men's rooms. Time. Dennis took Amon to his study, closed the door, and sat on a sofa covered in sole animal skin. He made 2 cups of tea and placed them on the coffee table. Please sit down. He gestured with his hand. Amon sat opposite him, and the two of them adjusted their monocles in unison, and couldn't help but smile when they saw each other's actions. Sometimes, it's not necessarily Amon who wears a monocle, at least not Dennis yet. I think Amon must also know my position, Dennis said with a certain tone. Ah, you from the prince? Yes, I'm a supporter of His Highness the Crown Prince, responsible for recommending and selecting some talents for him. Some time ago, His Highness the Crown Prince personally told me to entertain everyone from Northland College during the Soul Master competition, Dennis said with a smile. Ah, you just one of the prince's people? Amon asked. That's just it. But I also know something about Mr. Walter, and I also agree with some of His Highness the Crown Prince's ideas. It is precisely because I agree that I become his supporter, Dennis explained. About Wuhan Palace. I don't know. Amon, what do you think of the relationship between Wuhan Palace and the Empire? Dennis did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically. There should be no confrontation. Amon did not go into too much detail. Dennis sighed. Yes, there shouldn't be confrontation. I was just a civilian. I still remember that when I was a child, my family was very poor, and we often didn't have enough to eat. It wasn't until the deacons from the Wuhan Palace came to the village to awaken the martial arts for us children. Fortunately, I have the talent for cultivation, and my destiny has changed since then. The deacon was a very kind elder. He lent me 5 gold soul coins to use for my study expenses. I left 3 coins at home and went to school alone in the city. I encountered a lot of troubles during this period. I asked Wuhan Palace for help several times, and every time someone lent me a helping hand. Later, I became a low-level soul master, but my life was still not satisfactory. It was the subsidies from Wuhan Palace that supported my cultivation, so that I didn't have to worry too much about my livelihood. Although I joined the royal family and became a noble at the invitation of a friend I met when I was in school, I can never forget that it was Wuhan Palace that helped me when I was in the most difficult time. Tell me, how many children like me are there in this land who have received help from Wuhan Palace? How many soul masters are grateful to Wuhan Palace? Amon did not answer, but listened to Dennis's story calmly. This number is definitely huge, but the spirit hall in the past was not like this. It was a civilian organization, an organization for mutual assistance among spirit masters, and did not involve too much power. It was not until recent years that it gradually deteriorated and became unfamiliar to me, and the wish of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is to change the spirit hall and make it return to the pure mutual assistance organization among spirit masters in the past. In public, the opposition with the spirit hall will cause turmoil in the empire and is not conducive to the stability and development of the empire. In private, I don't want the organization. I'm grateful to have a conflict with the empire I'm loyal to. Then, classmate Amon, can you understand our philosophy? Dennis looked at Amon with burning eyes. So, the contact with Walter is also within the scope of your recognition? Amon did not answer directly, but asked another question. Mr. Walter also has similar ideas. He will help us contact people with the same beliefs in the spirit hall. Dennis nodded with a smile. I am not a person with a strong sense of responsibility. Amon's words made Dennis' face change slightly, but soon, he smiled again. But I think following His Royal Highness the Crown Prince should be a good choice, and I'm willing to contribute my own strength to his great cause. Hearing What Amon said. Dennis nodded with satisfaction. Perform well in the Soul Master competition. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will watch it. This is related to your status, and I look forward to the day when we work together. Chapter 110 Pre-match. Sun Boyuan gathered all the participating members from BD College together for the final mobilization before the game point. This was the closest Northland College had come to winning the championship. If something went wrong, he would feel that he would not be able to see the elders of Northland Point. Although Sun Boyuan has little say in the team, since he helps with various chores, the students don't mind giving him face and occasionally respecting him as their instructor, and some things really need to be confirmed again to avoid mistakes. After all, registration, communication with competition committee members and other chores are all handled by Sun Boyuan, so there may be any latest changes. In terms of strength, you are definitely the top. I'm not worried about this, but there are some rules that you need to understand. Even if you may already know them, I have to emphasize. Before he could finish speaking, Yan Jin raised his hand and asked confusedly, "What rules, Sun?" Boyuan took a deep breath, kicked Franco, who was struggling with a plate of roast goose next to him, and continued, "Then I'll explain everything, so that you don't lose because of the rules. First of all, the students sent by the participating colleges must be under the age of 25, and the number of people playing in each game must be 7. Secondly, during the competition, for the purpose of friendly competition, try to avoid serious injury or disability, and we are not allowed to kill the opponent. If there is an accidental killing, the college will need to pay compensation and will be disqualified from the competition. If it is suspected of intentional killing, the Empire may be held accountable and treated as a crime." He directly named him by name, especially you, Yan Jin. This is different from the competition in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, so you must not directly burn your opponent to ashes in the soul fighting competition, like you did before. Yan Jin scratched his head. "I didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident that time. Who made the opponent so big and powerful, but he couldn't even take one of my moves. It was only once in more than half a year." Under Sun Boyuan's somewhat stern gaze, she said, okay, I will pay attention. Other than that, some of the other rules are basically the same as those from the previous years, without many changes. Everything is based on fairness. During the competition, any medicine or food that is not made by food or healing soul masters is not allowed. Only soul masters on the field can treat and buff the contestants, and buffs are not allowed to be added in advance before the start of the game. Medicines and food must also be made in the arena and cannot be reserved in advance. In addition, any weapons other than martial arts cannot be used. Sun Boyuan talked a lot. Except for Yan Jin Shen. Everyone else compared the rules they had learned before in their hearts and listened very carefully. The first thing you need to face is the qualifiers. If you pass the qualifiers, you can participate in the subsequent promotions and finals. The qualifiers are conducted in the form of team battles, in a single round robin format, with scores based on victory and defeat. You need to compete with teams from all other participating colleges. We belong to the Xiandao City Division, and there are 5 promotion places in the qualifiers, so we must ensure that the total points are in the top 5. Although it's a bit embarrassing, you also know the previous situation of our academy. We have never passed the qualifying rounds. You are the best group of students in the history of our Northland College. The glory of the college depends on you. Sun Boyuan said with some excitement. Yeah, it's easy to talk about. In short, you can't kill people. Just win the game, right? Yan Jin concluded. Yan slapped his forehead, knowing that his sister probably didn't even hear a single punctuation mark. Amon clapped his hands and said softly, "Teacher Sun has already explained the rules and format of the game very clearly. Next, I will arrange the order of appearance and tactics." Huh? Tactics? Yan Jin raised his eyebrows, a little confused. "Do we still need such a thing as tactics, Sun?" Boyuan looked at Amon with the same surprise. Even though he kept emphasizing that he should not underestimate any opponent, he did not think that under Amon's leadership, Northland College would lose. Even the rumor team composed of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace would have no chance of winning when facing their own team. Seeing their doubts, Amon raised his right hand stroked his monocle, and explained, "Don't get me wrong, the tactical arrangements I'm talking about are not for winning, but for displaying your talents as much as possible on the field, winning as much glory as possible, and making your future life path broader." His words made the team members fall silent, and they felt slightly moved in their hearts. What Amon said was exactly what they needed. Their purpose in participating in the Soul Master competition was not a championship prize from the beginning point. Whether it is Vidal, Aliyah, Rommel, or Binglan, they all do it for others, to recognize their talents and the benefits that recognition can bring. This was also Yan Jin's original purpose, but now she no longer needs it. Because Walter gave her a better future, what she could get in the Soul Master competition has basically been obtained in advance. Only Brady and Franco, whose air positions are very stable, have little demand for this. They are more interested in the friendship of team members. "Captain, I have decided to hang out with you. It doesn't matter whether others recognize it or not. You can't abandon me," Rommel said immediately. "Handsome, I'm a little attracted to such a captain." Aliyah's silver bell-like voice carried a bit of charm. Mr. Amen. He is such a good man who thinks about others. Lei Yin thought silently in his heart. Gong Cheng'an and Yang Fipeng looked at Amon with a bit of expectation. Amon smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are so many games, and the alternate players also have the opportunity to perform." Vidal opened his mouth and asked, "Can you give me assistance? Even if I can't be the same as others, at least it can make me look more powerful. This is natural." Amon nodded. "You don't have to be burdened on the field, just improvise. With me here, the championship is already within your grasp. We have only one goal, and that is to win the championship." In the Lanba Academy, which was renamed Shrek Academy, Tangson said impassionately to his teammates, "Of course, since we are all participating, how can we not aim for the championship? What does the age difference mean? We are Shrek Day." Liu Bei looked confident, folded his hands on his chest, and glanced at Zhu Zuking next to him from time to time. Ma Hongjin's fleshy face had a somewhat vulgar temperament, and his small eyes narrowed. "Yes, we are Shrek. We are monsters. We can only be called monsters if we win the Soul Master competition at our current age. TCH, tell me what you're saying now. Don't let someone knock you down on the field and disgrace our college." Zhu Zuking saw Dame Liu Bei looking at him frequently with a look of disgust on his face. Xiao Wu smiled gently. "I believe third brother." On her chest, the petals of love sickness red with dark white circles trembled slightly. Yu Xiao Gang looked at the students who showed strong fighting spirit with a satisfied smile on his face. Although it seems a little arrogant to say that he will definitely be the champion, it doesn't hurt to be young and energetic. At the beginning, he just wanted the Shrek 7 monsters to have some experience and didn't have much expectation for the championship. But after Tangson brought out the fairy grass half a year ago, which caused the levels of all the members to soar, the championship didn't seem to be far away. In time, you are all here. Very good. I have something to announce. The school uniforms I customized for you are ready. Now, put them on, and try them on. Flanders came over with a bit of a smile. The material of the school uniform is good and comfortable to wear, but the color is somewhere between yellow and green. To put it simply, it is shit green. A bright emerald green Shrek pattern occupies a large area on the chest, and 6 typed words are embroidered with red silk thread on the back. Recruitment title advertisement. There was a line of small words under the big words that read, "Please talk to Mr. Flender, the Dean of Shrek Academy, for advertising expenses." Putting on this school uniform, all the pride and ambition and the belief in winning the championship were crushed to pieces. Only endless embarrassment remains. Even if there were only a few familiar people present, Tangson and the others felt ashamed to use their toes to dig into a crack in the ground. They all had a tingling feeling at the thought of wearing such clothes on stage in a competition, under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. "Teacher, do we really have to wear such clothes on the field?" Ning Rangrang frowned, and was the first to express dissatisfaction. "Don't you understand this? A true warrior must dare to face the bleak life and the sarcasm of others. This is a test for your soul." Flender said plausibly. Tangson couldn't help but look at Yu Xiao Gang. The latter coughed lightly and said, "What Flender said is not wrong. This will be good for enhancing your psychological quality. After a fruitless struggle, it was Yan Jin, Flanders' favorite disciple, who made an effective counterattack and slashed Flanders' aorta. Teacher, since we are allowed to wear such clothes on the field, we will get half of the profit, Flanders said sadly. How can you be so tacky? As young soul masters, you must take a long-term view. Honors and applause are what you should strive for. We won't wear them if we don't divide them in half. The students agreed. In the end, after some pulling and pulling, 1/3 of the advertising revenue went to the participating students. In addition, the bonuses for winning each game were also given to the students. Champion. But Tangsen didn't get all the fairy grass beside Bingho Liangai's eyes, which is really troublesome. TSK, send it to him? Or should I go there myself later? Amon was sitting on the sofa, receiving the message from the parasitic clone of Love Sigrid, adjusting his monocle, and a smile on his lips. Bang! Yan Jin took out a suitcase with clothes from the space ring, opened it and kept rummaging around. What are you doing? Yan Jin's behavior made Amon a little confused. Looking for clothes. Do you think I should wear the clothes from the Ice Thorn Chamber of Commerce that I prepared earlier? Yan Jin found the clothes that Marwen had given her when she left Frostleaf City. She took it out and felt that the clothes no longer fit her. She had grown up a lot over the years. No need. Walter has already paid for us the reward that should be given to Marwen. But if you want to wear it, you can also. After all, we can't blame them too harshly for what happened before. The little hint Glenn gave us in the end, but at the risk of his life. With Walter's style, I wouldn't be surprised if he was killed directly afterwards. And if I'm right, Marwen should have taken good care of your brother and sister over the years. If you want to repay this friendship, you can go and order a set of clothes and wear them in the qualifiers. As for the finals, I don't recommend it, Amon said lightly. Then wear it. Yan Jin is a person who values friendship and keeps his word. Seeing that Amon did not object, she decided to fulfill her original promise. She picked out a set of clothes that she liked the most, stuffed the rest back into the suitcase, and took this set of clothes to find a tailor shop. There are only a few days left before the competition. The tailor shop you find yourself may not be in time. Go to Mr. Butler, he will do it for you, Amon reminded. Oh, okay. Chapter 111 Conflict. Amid the anticipation of countless people, the elite competition of advanced Soul Master colleges across the continent finally officially began. On this day, the Xiandao City Great Soul Fighting Arena was crowded with people. Even the vast Dishandao Great Soul Fighting Arena seemed a bit crowded. Teams of guards maintained order at each passage, and there were also many guards patrolling in the audience seats to avoid some fighting problems caused by quarrels in the dedicated passage leading to the rest area of the participating colleges. The participating students of Shrek College hung their heads one by one, not daring to look at the people around them. Their unique style of clothes attracted a lot of attention. Uzziah Gang and Flanders walked quickly in front, keeping a distance from the students behind them, pretending not to know them. Fortunately, they had passed the most lively area. There were not too many people here, and they were all contestants from other colleges. They were relatively high quality, and even if they wanted to laugh, they rarely laughed in front of them. They usually turned their backs and laughed secretly. Although others had been very restrained, everyone at Shrek could still hear it. These laughs made Tang San's face turn black, and he looked at Dame Yubei with helplessness in his eyes. They had to take out the masks they used in the soul fighting tournament and cover their faces. With the mask covering, the embarrassment in their hearts was indeed reduced. But the newly joined Terlong, Jiang Zhu and others did not have this artifact, so they could only lower their heads and follow silently behind. Ahahaha, look, those guys actually used clothes to advertise, and the Soul Masters are almost embarrassed. Franco looked at the group of people from Shrek Academy, not hiding his disdain and sarcasm. Yan Jin looked back at him hatefully, with some anger in his heart. Although he looked down on himself. What truth are you talking about? Franco suddenly felt cold, and a murderer Sora locked him. He looked around vigilantly. Finally found that the murderer Sora came from around in. At this moment, Lei Yin was staring at him expressionlessly, which made Franco a little confused. He said cautiously, what's wrong? Hey, you are all here. Yan Jin waved and greeted. She walked over while eating pancakes when he saw the logo and font of the Ice Thorn Chamber of Commerce on Yan Jin's clothes. Franco seemed to understand the origin of Lei Yin's murderer. Saw a point. He took a step back and showed an ugly smile. I was wrong. In the team, leaving Amon aside, Yan Jin's strength is firmly ranked first. Although Lei Yin's level is not high, his actual combat power is comparable to Rommel, tied for second point. No matter which one, it is easy to deal with him who is at the bottom of the strength point. The school uniform color matching of Northland College is mainly white with light blue decorations. Amon, wearing a classic black robe, and Yan Jin, wearing red and black clothes with trademark patterns, look a little out of place in the college team point, but no one objected. Otherwise Yan Jin would use his fists to make sense. Point. Arriving at the rest area for the players, the team of Northland College, led by Amon, came to the side of Shrek College and waited for the opening ceremony. Point. Instructor Sun Boyuan went to do the final registration confirmation. Once the status of the participating students was registered, they could no longer be added or replaced in future competitions. Amon held his monocle and looked at Tangsun in the crowd with interest, as well as Xiao Wu beside Tangsun. Point. Well, she looks like a person and looks good. Even with the blessing of the insight effect, there is no difference. Point. Yan Jin followed his line of sight and saw the pile of shit green, which happened to meet Tang San's eyes when he noticed the gaze of others and looked up. Point. At this time, Amon had retracted his gaze. Tang San thought that the person who had been staring at them was a beautiful girl with long fiery red hair. Third, brother, what's wrong? Mahanjan asked. Point. When he turned his head and saw Yan Jin, he was stunned and smiled foolishly. I seem to be in love. Fatty, who do you like now? Damubei came over. Look. Over there, that chick is really good. Mahanjan pointed at Yan Jin and said in a somewhat vulgar way. Point. Damubei glanced at Yan Jin and was about to agree, but he noticed Zhu Zuking's gaze glancing over and immediately coughed. There is only one girl in my heart. The others are just skeletons. That pile of shit is staring at us, Yan Jin said, breaking the image of a goddess in Mahanjan's eyes. Mahanjan and Damubei's faces showed anger. Who are you calling shit? I'm talking about you. Shit. You should stay in the toilet and don't affect other people's mood here. Rommel walked between Yan Jin and Mahanjan with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. He picked his nose and flicked the budger in the direction of the Shrek side. Look, this is called garbage sorting. Puff. Someone on the other side laughed. Point. They wore moon white soul master robes, and the words Kanghu were embroidered in the green ring on their shoulders. The students of Kanghu Academy had conflicts with Tangsun and his group, and they were happy to see them get humiliated. Asshole, do you want to be beaten? The hot-tempered Talon rushed to Rommel. Point. Although the people of Kanghu Academy were also a bit irritating, the purple-haired guy in front of him, no matter his expression, movements, or demeanor, made people want to rush over and beat him up. Come back, Talon. Fighting is prohibited here. Do you want us to be disqualified? If you have anything to say, just wait until we get on the stage and say it. We'll meet sooner or later anyway. Tangsun stopped him and glanced at Rommel coldly. Hearing them call you third brother? Little punk. Rommel made full use of his expertise to provoke the anger of the Shrek Academy group. Point. Tangsun stopped Mahanjan, who wanted to rush over, and asked, which academy are you from? Northland Academy. The person who answered them was the Kanghu Academy, who was watching the show on the side. Don't be scared. Although the Northland Academy's ranking in the past is not high, it is still a serious school after all. You, a no-name school that came out of nowhere, won't be afraid, right? This person watched the excitement and did his best to fan the flames. Northland Academy. When Tangsun heard this name, his expression froze slightly. His sight wandered among the crowd and finally focused on Amon, who was wearing a monocle and sitting in his seat quietly watching him and others. Is there a person named Amon in your team? Tangsun asked. Do you know the captain? Rommel was stunned, and his attitude was not so arrogant anymore. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Amon. Tangsun confirmed the target and said softly, Mr. Dugubo asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. In addition, I remind you not to forget the agreement. Amon smiled. I always keep my promises and never lie. Humph. I don't think so. The things Douluo left for you at the beginning don't seem to be reflected in you at all. You don't look like you were poisoned, Tang Sun said confidently. By the way, let me remind you that Mr. Douluo is now a guest of Shrek Academy. He didn't believe that Amon would not be afraid of the threat from the title Douluo point. However, Amon's reaction disappointed him. He was neither panicked nor afraid. Yes, the poison has been removed. There should be no agreement between me and him that I cannot remove the poison by myself, right? Maybe Mr. Douluo knows about this and will come to talk to you in person, Tang Sun said with a threatening tone. Amon pinched his glasses and smiled, then let him come. I'm also looking forward to meeting Senior Douluo again. Although the conversation between the two was very peaceful, the atmosphere seemed more tense than when they could fight at any time just now. Yan Jin's eyes moved back and forth between Amon and Tang Sun, guessing their entanglement in his heart. Zhao Sun, do you know that person? Damube asked. It's the first time I met him, but he has some connection with him. To be more precise, Mr. Douluo has some connection with him. He cheated Mr. Douluo of a fairy grass, Tang Sun said lightly. What? Cheated a fairy grass? Damube's expression changed. Having eaten the fairy grass, he certainly knew how precious it was. Should we find an opportunity to snatch it? He lowered his voice. Tang Sun shook his head and said to Damube in his ear, a long time has passed. He should have taken it. But we must find a way to get rid of this man, otherwise it will be bad if he leaks the information about the fairy grass to Douluo. After all, we took so many fairy grasses from Douluo. Once he reacts, he will definitely cause trouble for us, and as long as Douluo doesn't know the true value of the fairy grass, we will have more opportunities in the future. That's right. Damube looked at Amon with a hint of murderous intent. Amon seemed not to notice and still had a warm smile on his face, looking harmless. Amon, are you poisoned? Yan Jin asked with some concern. I was poisoned before, but now I've cured it. Is it related to that guy? Lava came out of Yan Jin's hands, and an astonishing killing intent surged. The terrifying heat wave frightened the people around and made them retreat. The spreading evil spirit was horrifying. The people from Kanghu Academy silently retreated a little further, looking at Yan Jin with a little solemnity in their eyes. Damube glared at Yan Jin with his evil eyes, and the shadow of the white tiger was looming behind him. What are you doing? Just when the two sides were about to fight, a strong and powerful voice sounded. Flanders came over and lectured Damube. Didn't I say it? You can't fight here, Damube shrugged. I didn't do it either, but I saw that she wanted to fight, so I was ready to defend myself at any time. The shit shoveler is here. Hurry up and shovel these piles of shit. Rommel jumped out at the right time and started to taunt. This made Yan Jin, who had been unable to suppress his impulse to take action, silently retract the magna. It must be said that, although Rommel was annoying, it was still very satisfying to see him pointing his spearhead at other annoying guys. Looking at Taelong, Mahanjin and others who were already furious over there, Yan Jin felt indescribably happy. Thanks to D40ZZER0 for the 200 reward, and thanks to Kthul who get out. Pray for Ain, book friend 2023072282301187773, and the Killer Queen Mother for the reward. Chapter 112 Opening. Seeing Rommel's rude remarks again, Flanders was also a little angry. He had carefully designed this school uniform. How could he say it was shit? Maybe it was a little inconsiderate, but please be polite and don't say it to his face. Over at Kanghu College, an old man in his 60s came over, glanced at the people from Shrek and Northland College, and then said lightly, "Let's go." The student who had just instigated shrugged, feeling a little sorry that Shrek couldn't fight with Northland College. The staff of the competition has begun to organize the colleges to enter under their leadership. Teams walked into the venue. The huge and open square was surrounded by countless shouting and cheering spectators. In front of the central venue, there was a rostrum with a golden background, and behind the rostrum was a renovated VIP area. The wide venue was more than 150 meters in diameter, and the colleges that entered in front had already lined up in the center of the venue. Every time a college entered, the MC would introduce it. The next to enter is the Northland College. As a province in the north of the empire, ice and snow are the theme there. Therefore, the school uniform of the Northland College is also based on snow white and light blue, symbolizing the ice and snow that never melts in the north all year round. However, there are 2 students wearing black clothes, and they seem to have some different ideas. Haha, I hope they can also bring some surprises on the field. Let's take a look at their registration slogans. There is no opponent in front of us. It's a very powerful slogan. Let's look forward to their performance on the field. Amon's eyes fell on the VIP platform. The person in the center wore a golden red robe, a golden diamond crown on his head, and his face was like an ancient moon. Although he was old, he exuded an invisible momentum, as if everything around him was centered on him. This is the Snowy Night Emperor, the supreme ruler of the Xiandao Empire. On his left sat an old man who was older than him, wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown and a slender figure. Amon had met this man once before. The Platinum Bishop Ceres of the Wuhan Hall. Ceres saw Yan Jin looking at him on the field, and smiled and nodded slightly. Amon, look, that's the old man's friend, right? Yan Jin whispered. Yeah. Amon nodded slightly. Yan Jin looked around and suddenly saw Ma Wen, Glenn, and a few familiar yet unfamiliar figures in an inconspicuous corner. That was Mori, who had grown into a young girl, and other brothers and sisters. She poked Lei Yin and waved excitedly in that direction. Lei Yin also showed joy. Mori also saw Yan Jin and shouted in the audience, Sister Yan Jin, Brother Lei Yin, come on, sister, brother. Several half-grown boys danced excitedly. Ma Wen was wearing a beige dress and smiling. Glenn was still the same, wearing brown leather armor, a black robe, and a black cloth on his face, which simply wrote the words "I'm not a good person" on his face. Next to him was Wasev, who had not gotten along well with Yan Jin in the past. All the students on the field had serious faces and stood straight. Yan Jin, who was jumping around like he had ADHD, looked a little abrupt. HMPH. You are a guy who doesn't know etiquette. In such an occasion, you jump around like a monkey. You don't take us seriously at all. Prince Zuxing, who was sitting in the second row of the VIP seats, snorted coldly, very dissatisfied. Emperor Zuyi smiled. It's a good thing that young people are energetic. That's right. Such energetic little guys are the future of the Soul Master world. Ceres rarely disagreed with Emperor Zuyi and nodded. Emperor Zuyi looked at him in surprise and said, they are the future of the empire. Ceres didn't argue with him, but just smiled faintly. When Shrek Academy entered the venue, there was a burst of laughter in the audience, and the host, who was responsible for the introduction, also commented on their clothes with a hint of ridicule. Damu Bei clenched his fists, suppressed the anger in his heart, and forced himself to calm down. Uzaya Gang was right about one thing. Wearing such a uniform on the field is indeed a test of a person's psychological quality. Tangsun acted quite calmly, ignoring the laughter around him. After nodding to Ning Fengzi, the leader of Xian Baoliuli sect on the right side of Emperor Zuyi, he set his sights on Amon on the side. After practicing the purple extreme demon eye and taking the immortal herb looking through the autumn dew, Tangsun's mental power is particularly strong. Similarly, he is more sensitive to certain dangers than others. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from Amon and understood that this might be their great enemy in the Soul Master competition. Tangsun lowered his head and thought, considering whether to find an opportunity to assassinate Amon in advance. The rules of the ring competition have a great limit on his strength. Counting those Tang sect hidden weapons, he is his true strength. He is confident that he can kill any Soul Master below the Soul Emperor level with hidden weapons. If he is caught off guard, even the Soul Emperor will have to suffer under the Tang sect's unique skills. Of course, the main reason why Tangsun wanted to kill Amon was that he didn't want Dugubo to see him again, so as to avoid leaking the information about the immortal grass. But it would be better if he could remove an obstacle in the Soul Master competition. A deep and loud voice spread throughout the venue through the amplifying soul guide. I, Emperor Zuyi of the Xiandao Empire, on behalf of the Xiandao Empire and the organizer of this competition, announce that the Pan-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is now open. Emperor Zuyi's voice called Tangsun back from his contemplation, and even Yan Jin, who had been jumping around, calmed down and stood still. After Emperor Zuyi's speech, Ning Fengzi also gave a speech. Then, according to the procedure, the master of the spirit temple of Xiandao City, the platinum bishop Seraph, drew lots for the first round of the preliminaries. The drawing of lots was not rigged, it was a pure probability problem, slightly different from the original book. In the first round of the preliminaries, Northland College will play against Purple Star College. In the first round of the preliminaries, Kanghu College will play against Oakland College. Shrek College still played against the vice team of Xiandao Royal College. After the drawing of lots, Seraph promised everyone, "I hereby announce that the Spirit Temple will make an exception to allow the participating students of the Spirit Master College present who can enter the finals to directly join the Spirit Temple." After listening to his speech, Emperor Zhu Yi's face was gloomy, and he did not lose his temper on the spot. Because of Ning Feng's his obstruction. Amon pinched his monocle and smiled with interest. The stage of stable development has passed, and next, chaos is the ladder for his progress. The confrontation between the Spirit Hall and the Xiandao Empire, the intensification of contradictions, these are what he is happy to see. Since other colleges did not have games today, after leaving the field, they went directly to the stand specially prepared for the players to watch the game under the guidance of the staff. The first team to appear was the Xiandao Royal College team. The MC loudly announced the names and spirits of each of them. A golden beam fell from the high platform and illuminated them. The Xiandao Royal College team was mainly light gold, with the word Xiandao embroidered on the left chest and 7 silver stars behind them. The team members raised their heads and chests one by one and were majestic. The audience greeted them with warm cheers, and some girls screamed out the name of male team member, followed by words such as "too handsome" and "I love you." The Shrek team appeared on Damu Bei, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Huang Yuan, Jingling, Taelong and Jiang Zhu. After some pre-match trash talk and mutual ridicule, the game officially began. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple and 1 black, appeared on Tang San, causing an uproar among the audience. How is it possible? 10,000 year soul ring. The 4th soul ring has reached the 10,000 year level. Even Ning Fengzi, who was very optimistic about Shrek Academy, was shocked. That was a gap of 5,000 years that exceeded the limit that ordinary people could bear. Seraph narrowed his eyes and looked at the young Tang San, and his hands on his knees clenched unconsciously. He thought of Walter's apprentice, who was also young and talented. I just don't know what level she is now. Seraph glanced at Yan Jin in the stands, his eyes deep. When others were amazed at Tang San's soul rings, the Northland Academy seemed much calmer. "Hey, his talent is not worse than yours, young lady." Rommel's tone and demeanor were still so annoying. "Shut up, Lavahead." Yan Jin leaned on the railing of the stands, looking at Tang San with a bit of fighting spirit. "But he is really good, with a 10,000 year spirit ring. Haha, it's just a little low level." Although Yan Jin said this, she was alert to Tang San in her heart. It is not so easy to absorb spirit rings across the years. She can succeed repeatedly with the help of Amon. Whether Tang San does this by himself or by others, it shows that he is not a simple guy. Yan Jin's words attracted a lot of attention. Among all the contestants, the level of Soul Sect is already the top level. Is this considered low? Huh? You are not afraid of speaking too much, and your tongue is flicked. A boy from Kanghu Academy said disdainfully. Huh? Do you have any problem with my sister? Lei Yan suddenly appeared behind him and put his hand on his shoulder. What? The pupils of the boy who spoke rudely shrank for a while. He turned his head and looked at Lei Yan, who was close at hand, his face full of horror. He clearly remembered that this guy was in the team of BD Academy. How come he ran to the back in the blink of an eye? The leader of Kanghu Academy, Remnant Dream Shinayan, who was sitting in the audience seats higher up, was also surprised. Even he didn't see Lei Yan's movements clearly just now, and only saw a flash of silver light. Is it a skill similar to teleportation? He thought to himself. His expression was a little solemn. The battle on the ring was without suspense. Under Tang San's group control skills, the people of Xiandao Royal Academy were knocked to the ground without any resistance. Shrek vented the humiliation of being rejected by Xiandao Royal Academy and the dissatisfaction of not having the same uniforms as others on these unlucky opponents. They were more ruthless than each other, screaming and breaking bones. Stop, we admit defeat. Seeing that the situation was not good, the leader of the vice team of Xiandao Royal Academy quickly admitted defeat. Seeing his teammates bleeding and broken, he shouted angrily, "Referee, I want to complain. They are killing people." Tang San snorted disdainfully and then said lightly, "Are they dead? They are not seriously injured. Everything we did is within the scope allowed by the rules, and our team's healing Soul Master Jiang's who is already treating them and stabilizing their injuries. After all, this is a Soul Master competition, and injuries are inevitable. If you can't even accept this, and don't even have this psychological preparation, what kind of competition are you going to participate in?" After consulting with the other two referees who came up, the referee announced loudly, "The first round of the first qualifying match, Shrek Academy wins." Yan Jin held his chin and thought for 2 seconds, then turned around and asked, "Now, is it allowed to beat someone like that?" Seeing her like this, Sun Boyuan had a headache. He finally got her to promise to try to hold back during the game, but someone set a bad example in the first game. Amon smiled and nodded, "Just don't kill anyone, the rest is up to you." Hehe, I understand. Yan Jin smiled innocently. Chapter 113 Kill him. Emperor Zuyi stood up with a sullen face, looked at Prince Zhu Crossing who was silent behind him with dissatisfaction, snorted coldly, and left. If Prince Zhu Crossing hadn't interfered, Tang San and others would be wearing the school uniform of Xiandao Royal Academy now. The first day was just a warm-up, with only this game, and the audience left one after another. Everyone was discussing Shrek Academy. The rapid and fierce attack just now was impressive, and Tang San's fourth ring of the 10,000-year spirit ring became a topic of great interest. Some smart businessmen were ready to go to the dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders, to discuss the title advertising. Ma Wen came over with Mori and the others. She looked at the clothes Yan Jin was wearing with a complicated expression. "Sorry, I had to do that before." "Okay, I know." Although it was very annoying at the time, the final result was not bad. "Mori and the others, thank you for taking care of me all these years." Yan Jin waved his hand, paused for a moment, pointed to his clothes and said, "I will only wear this in the qualifiers, and then change to other clothes. Actually, it is no longer necessary." With the support of Lord Walter, the Icethorn Chamber of Commerce has expanded rapidly and recently has a branch in the Northland City. Ma Wen said with a smile, "This is a promise. I will abide by it." Yan Jin said seriously, and then she looked at Mori. "You have grown up too, sister." Mori threw herself into Yan Jin's arms. Amon raised his hand and stroked his monocle. After Mori and the others arrived, Yan Jin looked much more mature and stable. He seemed to see the cautious little Kwashuoi back then. Yan Jin is unbridled and outspoken, but she is willing to restrain these for her brothers and sisters, and be a steady big sister. "Have you been doing well these years?" Lei Yin asked. "Very well. Although we don't have the talent for cultivation, Aunt Ma Wen and Uncle City Lord are very caring for us." A boy in black said. "City Lord?" Lei Yin tilted his head. He didn't have this person in his impression. Does Shuangai City have a city lord? It's Mr. Lu Wenkang. He is the city lord who has never taken office. Mori said softly. "Ah. How did he become the city lord?" Lei Yin was puzzled. He was originally the city lord, but because the previous two city lords died strangely, he was afraid of danger and hid in the Icewind Junior Soul Master Academy as a teacher. Mori replied. Lei Yin recalled, "The city lord did change frequently in the past 2 years, so why did he dare to take office again?" "Because I killed the previous city lords," Glenn said coolly. Ma Wen smiled politely. "Since he is your teacher and has taken good care of you in the academy, I will not attack him." Hearing this, Amon looked at Glenn with some surprise. In his impression, Glenn had no other skills except pretending to be cool and bullying gangsters and thieves. He did not expect that he could actually do some serious work. "Hey, although I don't know who you are, at least restrain yourself and don't say some things." Franco pointed to the guards around who looked at this place with unfriendly eyes and reminded. Glenn's face froze, and then he remembered that this was not Frostleaf City where he, a soul master, could act tyrannically. "You guys chat first, I'll go out for a walk." Amon did not stay for long and walked out of the fighting soul field with the crowd. He wandered aimlessly in the city. Sometimes, he passed by an empty alley, walked in, and when he came out, he became 2.1 by 1. The time clones spread out in the city as Amon wandered. When leaving BD City, Amon took away a large number of clones, leaving only a few behind. BD City was no longer valuable to him, and he needed to reselect a main active place. Xiandao City seemed to be a good choice. However, he was still a little hesitant about whether to settle here. The next stage of the plan had not yet begun, and he had not determined the target. Everything would be decided after the Soul Master competition. Amon suddenly stopped. In front of him, an old man with green hair and green eyes who looked unkempt was staring at him with a cold look. "Good day, your majesty," the poisoned Douluo. Amon bowed slightly. "Well, you are very good. It seems that the kid said exactly. You really came prepared a year ago, and you were able to remove my poison." Douluo said sinisterly. "That kid." Amon thought for a while, and realized that he was referring to Tangsun. Amon was also a little confused. Why did Tangsun have such a big hostility towards him? Although he did have a plan for him, except for parasitizing love sickness heartbroken red, nothing else had started. Yet from my own perspective, it was indeed because I made a deal with Douluo first that Tangsun was unable to take all the immortal herbs as in the original novel. But from Tangsun's perspective, he was not aware of this. Could it be that he knew from Douluo that I also knew about the immortal herbs? So he thought I had a way to die. Amon teased himself in his heart. Amon's mouth corners slightly raised. "Senior Douluo, are you here to remind me to abide by the agreement?" "Don't worry, I still remember. The champion of the Soul Master competition is not a problem." Douluo did not believe it. "Huh? Do you think I will still be fooled by you? No one has ever been able to play tricks on me without paying any price. Boy, I'll give you another chance. My poison skills have improved during this period. I want to see if you can detoxify me again." He took out a green pill, released his soul power, and pressed it towards Amon. "Choose for yourself. Either die or take this pill," Amon said. "This doesn't seem to be within the scope of our agreement. Do you think I'm discussing this with you? Well, it seems I have no choice." Amon shrugged, took the pill, and swallowed it. Seeing Amon's cooperation, Douluo's expression eased. "Don't worry, even if you can't find a soul bone for me, I won't kill you. Of course, you have to pay something else, such as researching poison for me." After speaking, Douluo flashed and disappeared from sight in a few ups and downs. Amon closed his eyes and connected his spirit with all the clones in the entire Xiandao city. At the same time, through the transmission of several clones, he connected to the original body in a small town more than 10 kilometers away. He had expected to meet Douluo. It was normal for Douluo to attack again after he found that he had no signs of poisoning, so Amon would certainly not let his real body go to Xiandao City. The one who was active in the city with the team members was just a clustered clone from beginning to end. Amon, who was forced to take the poison by Douluo, said in his mind, "This is what happened. What do you think? Another Amon is going to be killed. I will mourn for you, Douluo. I think he has found a way to die." And Amon said with a smile, "Well, kill him. He won't be used in the next few plans, since he has no use value. Let's kill him. It's not the right time yet. Wait a little longer." The original Amon raised his right hand, took off his monocle, wiped it gently with silk, put it back on, and made the final decision. He's just a goalkeeper of a titled Douluo. After the Soul Master competition is over, we will kill him and avenge our murdered compatriots. In Xiandao City, Amon, who had just taken the poison, felt a little complicated. "I'm not dead yet. You just asserted that I was murdered." In the Sunset Forest, 3 Amons climbed to the top of the mountain, looking at the steamy valley below, and adjusted their monocles in different postures. "Should we take away the remaining herbs? Douluo is not here now. Wait for the original's decision. We haven't contacted the outside world for too long. I don't know what the other Amons think now." Suddenly, Amon covered his chest with a pale face. This was poisoned a year ago. After a year, the poison finally took effect. Amon, who was standing beside him, immediately stuffed the temporary antidote into his mouth. After a long time, the poisoned Amon finally recovered. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. TSK, there is still 1 year. Another. Amon comforted, don't worry, I will definitely not let you have the chance to be poisoned again. Before that, you will probably be used to your last value and sacrificed because of a dangerous mission. In the Imperial Palace, Zuking saw Emperor Zuyi coming back with some anger and couldn't help but step forward and ask, Father, what happened? Humph. It's not that idiot Zu crossing. Emperor Zuyi complained. He drove away the Soul Master who could have been won over. Emperor Zuyi didn't say much and left directly. Zu King looked at Ning Fengzi who came back with Emperor Zuyi. Uncle Ning, can you tell me what happened? Ning Fengzi nodded and told the whole story, including the fact that Shrek Academy wanted to merge into Xiandao Royal Academy, but was blocked by Zhu Beng and Zhu Crossing. Zhu King showed a look of understanding on her face. She knew what Zhu Beng and Zhu Crossing meant, but she didn't take them seriously. Your Highness, if you have time, you might as well get in touch with Tang San. He is a very talented child and may bring you surprises. Ning Fengzi recommended to Zhu King. Since Uncle Ning said so, I will naturally meet him. We can't let such an excellent talent be dissatisfied with the royal family. How about tomorrow? Ning Fengzi suggested. Okay, tomorrow. Zhu King nodded without hesitation. Thank you for the 2000 reward for your previous book. Thank you for the 500 reward from Black Cat Missionary. Thank you for the reward from Killer Queen Mother and Flame Feathers Chapter 114 Big Fire. The next day, Amon led the people from Northland College into the fighting arena. Today's atmosphere was even more heated than yesterday. In addition to the Shrek College and the vice team of the Xiandao Royal College, which had already played a game, the remaining 26 teams would have 13 battles here. Yan Jin looked around and was a little disappointed that he did not find the pile of shit green in the participating team. She was now very interested in Tang San. This was the third person she had ever seen, except for herself and Amon, who had a 10,000-year spirit ring in the fourth ring. Sister, come on. Mori shouted with her brothers and sisters in the audience. Oh. Yan Jin waved her hand, then sat in the audience in the contestant area with her arms around her chest waiting. Today she was particularly quiet, mature, and steady. Lei Yin looked at Yan Jin like this, with a smile on her face, knowing that she was deliberately showing off her elder sister style in front of her brothers and sisters. Our opponent today is Purple Star College, and its strength level is about the same as that of the previous Northland College. Brady said. What was the level before? Lei Yin asked. Brady held his chin and pondered for 2 seconds. Well, I'm probably one of the best in the team with my strength. There are 2 or 3 people who are equal to me, and then there are some weaker players. So weak. Rommel crossed his legs, hugged his hands behind his back, and rested his head on his hands. He didn't know whether he was talking about Purple Star Academy or Brady Point, even though he had been together for a long time and was familiar with his behavior style. Brady still had a hard time not wanting to beat him up. One team after another took the stage. Except for the 5 element academies that were eye-catching, the rest of the battles were mediocre. Yan Jin yawned when he saw it. After all, she was not the leader or elder of those big forces who would look at the participating students with a development and comparison perspective. She only knew that these were too weak and were not at the same level as her. Of course, this was for her. For the vast majority of the audience, and even some contestants, the game on the field was still exciting, with many remarkable points. Amon's eyes were on the VIP seats. In addition to Emperor Zuyi, Ning Fengzi, and Ceres, there was another figure that deserved his attention. It was an old man with a haggard face. He was not strong, but he was very tall, like a skeleton. His muscles and skin were shriveled, his eye sockets were deep, and a few sparse white hairs on his head were on his scalp, which made him look a little ugly. That should be one of the 2 titled Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Bone Douluo Gurang. Amon thought in his heart. Gurang did not react much to Amon's sight. He just glanced at him and stopped paying attention. In such an occasion, there were many people who would pay attention to the VIP seats. It was close to noon, and today's schedule had been halfway through. The MC standing on the platform said in a rhythmic voice, another battle has ended, and the winner is Kanghu Academy. Next, let me rest for a while and prepare for the next game. The two sides of this game are the Northland Advanced Soul Master Academy and the Purple Star Advanced Soul Master Academy. The game will start in 15 minutes. Please prepare for both sides. Let's go. Amon stood up, patted the drowsy Yan Jin, left the audience, and walked towards the waiting area. Yan Jin got up with a start and followed the team point. This was the last match of the morning. The audience was not bored by the previous matches, but was even more excited. Cheers, cheers, and shouts came like a tide. One after another, Amon walked slowly onto the stage, with Yan Jin slightly behind his right hand. To the right were Lei Yin and Bing Lan, and to his left were Rommel, Videal, and Alia. The leader of Purple Star Academy was a petite woman wearing dark purple clothes and a little baby fat on her face. She was not too hostile and nodded normally. As a greeting, Amon also nodded politely and smiled back. Not every match was as tense as Shrek and Shy and our Royal Academy. Under the referee's auspices, the two sides stood in a row, bowed to each other, and then returned to their own preparation areas and formed their formations. Begin. As the referee gave the order, the contestants of Purple Star Academy immediately lit up their martial spirits, and the brilliant lights intertwined and were dazzling. On the side of Northland Academy, only Rommel showed his martial spirit, and he did not defend or prepare to attack, but immediately condensed a wide chair behind Amon. Captain, please sit down. Amon smiled, sat down, leaned back slightly, and leaned against the back of the chair. Sun Boyuan in the stands covered his face, feeling quite speechless about this behavior of attracting hatred. It seems that the students of your academy are very confident. On the side, the teacher leading the team of Purple Star Academy had a hint of unkindness in his tone. Haha, young people just like to do some fancy things. Sun Boyuan smiled awkwardly. Is this the team that had people jumping around yesterday? Grandstanding. In the VIP area, Prince Zuxing snorted coldly. I think they are showing their confidence, Sarah said with a smile. Because of Yan Jin, he was more friendly to the Northland College. It seems that Lord Seraph is very optimistic about this team. Ningfeng's, he said softly. I'm optimistic? I can't really say. I just think their actions are interesting. If they can show the strength to match their actions, I might consider inviting them to join the Spirit Hall in person. Saras replied indifferently. Emperor Zuyi did not comment. He was no longer surprised by the Spirit Hall's blatant recruitment of talents. He knew the situation in the north. Although the people there were tough, the training of Soul Masters was relatively backward, and it was difficult for truly top talents to emerge. Are you looking down on us? The leader of the Purple Star Academy asked dissatisfiedly. You looking down on us? No, we are just facing up to our own strength. Amon replied softly. Be careful, the battle will be over soon. Yan Jin took 2 steps forward and showed a slightly arrogant smile. I can deal with you alone. She suddenly jumped into the sky, and with the blessing of the second soul skill Soul Power Catapult, she jumped very high. With the appearance of her martial soul, 5 soul rings also appeared. Yellow yellow purple black black. Soul King? Prince Zuxing shouted. This is impossible. A soul master sitting in the back rows of the VIP seats stood up and said in disbelief. Ningfeng's his face also changed slightly. Even Gu Rang beside him had a bit of surprise in his deep eyes. The 4th soul ring is a soul king of 10,000 years. How old is that girl? She looks at most 17 or 18 years old. The crowd was talking. Emperor Zuyi glanced at Seraph on the side and whispered. Sir Seraph seems to have anticipated this situation. No. I'm also very surprised. Seraph shook his head. He was really surprised. Although it has long been known that Walter's apprentice is very talented, even surpassing the golden generation, this is a bit too good. Seraph knew Yan Jin's age, 15 years old. A 15-year-old Soul King? Is this too outrageous? The spirit ring revealed by Yan Jin shocked the audience, and the opponents on the ring were also shocked. However, they remembered that this was a competition, and they came to their senses immediately. The leader of Zuxing Academy immediately said, wait until she lowers her altitude and attack immediately. She can't avoid it in the air. However, before she fell, Yan Jin's 5th spirit ring lit up directly, and the stored magma poured out. Big fire. Yan Jin shouted in a low voice. A terrifying heat wave erupted in the air, and rolling magma appeared out of thin air. The air in the entire fighting spirit field seemed to become scorching. The fiery red light attracted everyone's attention. In the eyes of horror, fear, or worry, the large ball of magma fell like a fist. Yan Jin was not aiming at the contestants of Xixing Academy, but at the center of the ring. After the magma fell to the ground, under her control, it rushed towards the students of Xixing Academy like a wave. Some students use long-range attacks, but it was like drawing a knife to cut water, cutting a hole in the wave formed by magma and then quickly closing it. Such a scene made them feel helpless, and they could only retreat from the ring in panic. The magma stopped at the edge of the ring and did not continue to spread. One person, one move, and the battle ended. Amon did not give her any assistance. Yan Jin herself had such strength. Born with the terrible magma martial spirit, Amon carefully selected and absorbed soul rings beyond the age limit. Plus Walter's training at all costs, and the Earth Dragon Golden Melon improved qualifications. This created Yan Jin, who is now proud of his peers. The entire fighting spirit field fell into a strange silence, and everyone was shocked by her overwhelming power and terrifying talent. The girl leader of the Purple Star Academy screamed, "Murder!" Just now, a student, a defensive spirit master, was hesitant to try his defense, so he retreated a step slower and was swallowed by the magma. Yan Jin walked on the lava that covered most of the arena, stopped at the place where the student was swallowed, squatted down and reached his hand inside. She fished a few times, lifted the student from Xixing Academy out, and threw him off the arena casually. Yan Jin used the fourth soul skill to control the martial soul. In addition to choosing the contestants from Xixing Academy as the target of attack at the beginning, to bring them a sense of crisis, he did not release the heat of the lava to them. When they actually came into contact, the student was still confused. He thought he was going to die just now, but he found that the lava was not hot, but just a little warm, like a hot spring. Before he came to his senses, he felt someone holding his collar and pulling him out, thinking that his teammates were helping him out. Then he was dizzy and arrived under the arena. Seeing that the student was unharmed, the referee breathed a sigh of relief and announced loudly, "The winner is the Northern Advanced Soul Master Academy. Chapter 115 UXIAOGANGAN-039 S Analysis." As the referee announced the result, the audience burst into thunderous applause. The overwhelming power of Yan Jin is impressive. Mori didn't have much real feelings about Yan Jin's performance. He just thought his sister was very powerful, and his face turned red with excitement. She clapped so hard that her hands were almost swollen. Glenn and Vasif looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Among the participating students, no one was inferior to them in strength, but they couldn't even make a move in front of Yan Jin, Uzayao Gang, Flanders, Liu Erlong, and several students from Shrek Academy were in the contestant viewing gallery with solemn expressions. "Isn't this a bit too strong?" Mahanjan sucked in the air conditioning and felt a bit toothache. Damubei looked at the high-spirited Yan Jin with his evil eyes and frowned. "If we face her, how should we fight? The entire arena is covered in magma, making it impossible to even stand. Perhaps Oscar's rapid flying mushroom sausage can be used to fly to the other half of the field, where their other team members are. She can't attack her teammates as well, right?" ZHU Zuking suggested. "Well, this is indeed an idea, but in this case, Rangrang and Oscar will have to go there together, which will be very dangerous." Damubei's face was still heavy. "It's a pity that third brother is not here, otherwise he would definitely be able to come up with a solution." Mahanjan looked regretful. "By the way, speaking of third brother, where did he go?" Rang's father called him away and said he was taking him to meet someone. Oscar replied. After thinking for a while, Master slowly said, "Don't think too badly of things. Look carefully at the ring." Hearing this, Shrek and his team set their sights on the ring and looked for a long time, but found nothing. "Hey, Xiao Gang, stop being so pretentious. What's so special about it?" Flender asked. Xiao Gang looked like he had the pearls of wisdom in his hand, smiled slightly, and said, "Didn't you notice that there was no damage to the arena at all? And that player from Purple Star Academy was swallowed up, but didn't suffer any harm?" Nube suddenly reacted. Master, are you saying that her magma is not as scary as it looks? It's just a facade. Xayanagang nodded lightly. It's not necessarily true that it looks like a fake. When she used that move just now, the first, fourth, and fifth soul rings were all on. It requires so many soul ring skills to be used, and this is probably her strongest move. However, it did not cause any signs of melting in the arena, nor did it cause burns to the Soul Master, so the temperature of the magma should not be high, but a move that requires the cooperation of two 10,000-year soul rings is definitely not weak. If I guessed correctly, the secret of this move probably lies in its impact. She deliberately avoided the contestants from Purple Star Academy and did not attack them directly, which shows that if she was hit directly, the consequences would be very bad. A look of understanding appeared on Damube's face. In other words, we only need to dodge her attacks and avoid being hit directly. Afterwards, the magma on the ring looks scary, but we don't need to worry about it. Yeah. Xayanagang nodded. Xayanagang guessed half of it right. The really scary thing about Yan Jin's big fire is the impact caused by a direct hit. Because of the Earth Dragon Pumpkin, her magma is more of an Earth attribute, with the characteristics of the Earth, the thickness and strength point, but this does not mean that Yan Jin has no fire attribute damage. Although she did not specifically acquire the soul skill to increase the temperature, the fire attribute damage is a bit weak compared to her level. It is not as good as in the past at the same level. Strong, but still not something to be taken lightly. If she is chosen as the target of an attack and touches the magma without protection, it will only be burned to the point where nothing is left. After listening to Xayanagang's analysis, everyone in Shrek felt suddenly enlightened. However, before they could be happy for long, Vlad poured cold water on them. Don't take it lightly. That red-haired player has only shown the tip of the iceberg in terms of her strength. Her Soul King level alone is worthy of your careful treatment. Besides, she is not the captain of Northland College. You should also know that the man in black sitting on the chair is their captain. Judging from his previous behavior, everyone else at Northland College is looking up to him, and even their instructor seems to be looking at that person's face. If nothing else, he is the most terrifying enemy. If she can be on the same team with such a person, will her other teammates be weak? Flanders. Words made the students on Shrek's side feel as heavy as a big stone. Amon stood up and left the arena through the player tunnel. When they returned to the contestant stands, the other contestants all looked at them with either fear or apprehension. The boys from Zaohu College, who had previously laughed at Yan Jin for talking nonsense and had been frightened by Lei Yan once, were like quails at this moment, shrinking their necks and staying far away. Wow, the little lady is so majestic this time. She just stole the show. Rommel joked. I'll be the next one, right? Captain, it's up to you. Elias' tone was somewhat charming. Franco glanced at her a few times and felt that this woman had been trying to get closer to the captain recently. Amon raised his hand to stroke his monocle and said with a chuckle, don't worry, you will all have a chance. Elia and others seemed to have misunderstood something. They attributed Yan Jin's performance to Amon's assistance, but did not expect that it was her own strength. Amon did not specifically explain this. Yan Jin's performance pushed the atmosphere of the fighting arena to a new climax, but the morning competitions were all over, and the audience had to leave the fighting arena reluctantly. In the afternoon, in the players' stands of the fighting arena, only Vidal, Brady, and Franco from the Northland College were present. Yan Jin and Lei Yan went to the ordinary audience seats to watch the game with Mori and others. Amon came to an audience seat not far from the VIP area and sat with Dennis. Your players are very powerful. As the captain, you should be even more powerful, right? Dennis adjusted the monocle on his left eye and said with a smile, just a little bit better than her. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and stretched out his index finger and thumb to gesture. I am looking forward to it. What kind of shock will you bring to us? Dennis asked with some questions. Amon smiled. This is their stage. I can't steal the limelight. Just as the two of them were chatting, a guard came over and said respectfully, Your Excellency, His Majesty invites you to come over for a chat. Dennis's expression froze slightly, and then he smiled again. It seems that His Majesty is also very curious about your college's team. Seize this opportunity. Amon stood up and said to Dennis, "This will not affect our friendship." Seeing Amon following the guards to the VIP seats, Dennis thought to himself, "It seems that I have to urge His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to summon Amon as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be difficult to show favor and win him over after His Majesty promises him something." "Your Majesty, the person is here," the guard said respectfully, and then stepped aside. Amon took off his hat, bowed slightly, and greeted the 3 people in the VIP seats one by one. "Good day, Your Majesty, Bishop Ceres, and Sect Master Ning. It is true that heroes emerge from youth." Emperor Zuyi nodded and said, "Don't be nervous. I just saw that you happened to be next to me, and I'm interested in your Northland College, so I asked you to come over and have a chat." "My honor. The girl who took action this morning is called Yan Jin, right? I wonder what level of strength she ranks in your college's team." Amon shrugged. "She is a special case. The others are not so strong. Of course, they are also very good." Salus suddenly interrupted and said, "Are you interested in coming to the Spirit Hall? I can recommend you to enter the Spirit Hall directly." His words made Emperor Zuyi frowned, a little unhappy, but he didn't say much point after all. As early as the morning, when the battle between Northland College and Purple Star College just started, Rommel showed his spirit, and Yan Jin had not yet taken action. Ceres said that he thought their behavior was very interesting, and if they were strong, he would recruit them. Without waiting for Amon to answer, Ning Fengxi said, "We also welcome you in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect." He glanced at Seraph with a tit-for-tat attitude. Emperor Zuyi did not speak, because Amon had not yet shown anything, and it was not easy for him to give a price directly. If it was too low, it would seem insincere, and if it was too high, it would easily lead to gossip. He needed to weigh many more things than the other 2. Amon pondered for a moment. The 2 recruited earlier than he expected, so he did not give a direct answer. "Thank you for your interest, but I haven't thought about the future direction yet. I will probably consider my future after the Soul Master competition is over." Emperor Zuyi smiled. This answer was more in line with his mind. "Then wait a little longer. Give you more time to think. By the way, I see that you seem to be quite familiar with Dennis. We have some friendship. To be honest, I'm staying at his house temporarily. Lord Dennis is a warm person, but a little long-winded. He always persuades me to serve the country in various ways." Amon spread his hands, and his expression seemed a little helpless. "Haha, but you can indeed consider his proposal," Emperor Zuyi said, intentionally or unintentionally. "Okay, let's stop here. You still have to prepare for tomorrow's game, so I won't bother you anymore." Just when Amon was about to leave, Douluo suddenly said, "Wait." Amon stopped and turned around. "Your Majesty Douluo, what do you want?" Rong organized his words and said in a soft voice, "If you meet Rangrang on the field, please show mercy." Rangrang? Amon showed a hint of just the right amount of doubt on his face. Feng Zhi's daughter, the eldest daughter of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, is now in Shrek Academy. As for which one, of course, it's the cutest and prettiest one. Haha, you should be able to recognize her when you see her martial spirit. I'll pay attention." After Amon left, Ning Fengxi said with a bit of a smile, "Uncle Gu, you're too fond of Rangrang, and this is a Soul Master competition. If you say that, people will easily misunderstand that we're using our power to suppress others. Heh, don't underestimate that guy." Gu Rang glanced at Ning Fengxi. "He didn't show any fear when facing you just now, and he was always calm." Gu Rang looked at Amon's figure gradually walking away. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he muttered in his heart, "Is it my illusion? Why did I feel a hint of threat just now?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, heir to the title. On the third day, after 2 rounds of competition, it was finally Northland College's turn to play again. When Amon led the remaining 6 people onto the ring, an unprecedented burst of unanimous cheers erupted from the audience. Rock Ember, heh, it seems that your name has been remembered by everyone. Amon chuckled. Hey. Yan Jin chuckled, showing 2 rows of white teeth. After meeting you in Frostleaf City, this was my biggest dream for a long time, but now, it seems that there is no such thing. So excited as expected. This is normal. People's pursuit of dreams will never stop. The higher you stand, the further your dreams will become. However, before chasing further goals, let us enjoy the glory now. Are you ready, Arya? Amon said lightly. Of course please, Captain. Elia's silvery voice was filled with a bit of expectation. After the referee announced the start, Rommel was still the same. The first thing he did was to gather Amon's seat. Just when the audience thought that yesterday's scene would happen again, it was not Yan Jin who took the initiative to move forward, but Elia. She is the one who needs to show off the most. If her talent can be recognized by Emperor Zuyi, then she will have a great advantage in returning to the north to compete for the position of Marquis Vicris. What are they planning to do? Tang-san, who was watching the battle in the stands, was a little confused. Same as yesterday, only there is a different person. Could it be said that she can also fight against a team by herself? Demube looked solemn. No way. That's too perverted, isn't it? If their team is full of people like this, then this Soul Master competition will be a waste. They can just win the championship. Mahanjan muttered. Also, their captain is too pretentious. It's really annoying. Next time we wait for it, we must drive him off that chair, isn't it? 4th child, is this all you pursue? Tangson asked somewhat unexpectedly. Everyone he knew from Shrek was unruly, especially Mahanjan and Demube. Now Mahanjan's uncharacteristic behavior made him confused. Zio-san, you didn't come yesterday, so you don't know how powerful that red-haired one is, the Soul King. That's a Soul King. And the 4th soul ring is the same as yours, which is 10,000 years old. Oscar replied. What? Her 4th spirit ring is also at the 10,000 year level? Tang-san's eyes flashed with surprise. He knows how difficult it is. He has been practicing Zuanshan Kung since he was a child, and his physical fitness is beyond ordinary people. Later, in the eyes of Bingho Liangai, he ate 2 immortal products, Fire Apricot Gyoshu and Octagonal Black Ice Grass, as well as the increase of the attached soul bone, which further improved his physical strength. In addition, the Crypt Demon Spider was shaken by his spiritual attack with the purple demon pupil before it died. And the resentment it had to face when absorbing the soul ring was greatly reduced. Finally, when he absorbed the soul ring, he also used the assistance of the ice and fire eyes. The combination of many factors allowed him to complete the feat of absorbing soul rings that span 5,000 years. Even so, he had a narrow escape from death when absorbing them. If he hadn't been determined, he might have died. How virtuous and capable is that girl, able to do the same thing as herself? Tangson looked at Yan Jin with a more probing look. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Elia summoned her martial spirit, a thick book. The 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple exude a faint light. In fact, Elia, Vidiel, Brady, and Franco have all reached level 40. But they have not yet added soul rings. Not long after their breakthrough, the Soul Master competition began, and they didn't have time to find a suitable soul beast. Seeing the 3 soul rings on her body, Mahanjan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not a pervert like Yan Jin. It seems that we have no hope of winning. Fat man, you are happy too soon. Demube said with a heavy expression. Elia's red lips opened slightly, and a voice like silver bells came. Stars shine under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes in the spirit fighting arena. Emerald green stars slowly emerged in the sky. The stars are falling. Aliyah waved her hand, and stars fell like raindrops after a round of saturation strikes. No opponent can still stand. Seeing this, Mahanjan looked a little dull. Why do I feel that our hope of winning is slim? Aliyah's gorgeous and splendid soul skills caused an even greater sensation. The MC held a loudspeaker soul guide and shouted excitedly, beautiful but with deadly murderous intent. Contestant Aliyah proved to us her strength. The Northland College team once again completed the feat of destroying the opponent with one person. It seems that this Soul Master competition will be the biggest the Dark Horse has appeared. Emperor Zui's eyes were focused and he asked, I remember. Her name is Alia Fekris, right? Is she a bloodline of the Fekris family? Yes, she is the eldest daughter of the recently deceased Marquis Fekris. Zuking said with a smile. The next Marquis of Fekris has not yet been determined, and the Fekris family has not reported a successor. Father, I think she is a very suitable candidate. Emperor Zhu Yi took a deep look at Zuking, weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and replied, it's still too early. Let's see, at least until the qualifiers are over. Emperor Zhu Yi was also a little wary of Zuking. It was not because he discovered her true identity, but because the prince had too much power, which was a threat to the emperor. Zhu King had received enough support. Although he also intended to support Zhu Beng to compete with him, the effect did not seem to be very good. The two were not at the same level at all point except for Zhu Crossing, who had been firmly helping Zhu Beng under his orders. The rest of the ministers in the court almost all leaned towards Zhu King. Emperor Zhu Yi knew that Dennis was a member of the prince's party, and the Northland College was now living in Dennis's mansion. What this meant was self-evident, but the strength shown by Alia was indeed shocking, which made Emperor Zhu Yi very entangled. If you want to win over Alia, promising to support her to become the next Marquis of Fekris is undoubtedly the best bargaining chip. With Alia interested in the position of Marquis, Emperor Zhu Yi did not think that other things would be worthy of her attention. Doing so would make the nobles of the north turn to the side of the prince, further expanding the power of the prince's faction. Not doing so would lead to a loss of talent. Zhu King naturally knew the concerns of Emperor Zhu Yi, but she still put her connection with the North in the open point, because Walter had promised her that the excellence shown by the contestants of the North Academy would be something that Emperor Zhu Yi could not ignore. So instead of hiding it, which would make it easier for Emperor Zhu Yi to be afraid of it after being exposed, it would be better to put it in the open and let Zhu Yi choose for himself. At least so that he would have a sense of control over the situation. After all, the prince is the prince after all, the heir to the throne. Under the current situation, even if the prince's faction becomes bigger, it is better than the top talents being wooed by other forces. Ningfeng's he also saw Emperor Zhu Yi's hesitation, but he did not persuade him. After all, he himself was one of the people who had connections with the prince, and speaking might be counterproductive. Alia put away her martial spirit and followed the team that had already walked down the ring. Walking to the audience, Amon suddenly said, Teacher son, please take care of this place. I'm leaving first. Each college has only one game a day. After the game, if you are not interested in the other teams and don't want to watch their battles, you can leave directly. Okay. Sun Boyuan nodded. Walking out of the big fighting spirit arena, Amon came to the street, walked forward for more than 10 meters, turned right, and then walked to an antique restaurant. In a private room of the restaurant, an old man in white was sitting on a chair waiting for him. Long time no see, Mr. Walter. Amon greeted. I have seen your performance these 2 days. It's very good. Next, you just need to win the budget competition step by step and win the qualification to participate in the finals. Walter said. After a pause, he continued, by the way, when facing some hostility and targeting of Seraph, don't react too strongly. Sometimes, his hostility or kindness towards you can have unexpected effects on Emperor Zhu Yi. Just remember that he is not an enemy, that's all. Not an enemy. I see. Amon raised his right hand and stroked his monocle. When are you free to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? He is very interested in you now. Walter took a sip of tea and asked, how about after the Soul Master competition is over? I will show myself appropriately in the finals. By then, I think he will be willing to offer a price that satisfies me. You are very confident, but it is true that my recommendation is still not as good as what he sees with his own eyes. Okay, then I will tell him so. Walter nodded. Chapter 117 Dragon Warrior Giant Eagle. The thunder rumbled through the sky. A blue-white dragon with wings on its back, graceful and slender, hovered above the ring. Endless silver light roamed over the dragon, and even from dozens of meters away, one could feel the majestic power contained in the dragon. Roar. The dragon opened its mouth and roared deafeningly. The sound waves formed by the thunder even overwhelmed the applause and shouts of tens of thousands of people in the fighting arena. The entire fighting arena fell silent, and looking at the graceful yet majestic dragon, the heart was filled with unspeakable shock, calling, "Thunderbomb!" A thunderball condensed in the dragon's mouth, and finally shot towards the ring with a bang. In an instant, endless thunderlight enveloped the ring. Rommel used his barrier spirit to create a hemisphere to protect everyone in the Northland Academy, complaining, "TSK. This guy's really messing around. Even we are covered in it. What if he disturbs the captain's interest in watching the show?" When the dazzling light faded, the opponents had already fallen to the ground, and only their weak breathing proved that they were still alive. The third round of the battle came to an end. HMPH. Hu Jansen in the VIP seat snorted coldly and glared at the thunder dragon in the sky. Because the one lying on the ring now is his grandson Hu Yanli, and the fact that the Elephant Armor sect's team was killed in one hit also made him the leader of the Elephant Armor sect very embarrassed. The thunder dragon opened his mouth and let out a low roar, as if mocking. This made Hu Jansen, who was already very unhappy, furious, and he crushed the armrest of the chair with one hand. "Master Huan, calm down. This is a Soul Master competition. Injuries are inevitable. And with the defensive power of your sect's disciples, although the blow just now made them lose their fighting power, the injuries are not too serious. I'm afraid they can recover in a day or two." Seraph comforted, "Humph, I'm angry that those little guys don't work hard. They usually look down on others, but now they are all beaten down by others. I'm embarrassed." Huan Zhen's rough voice was a bit angry. His words were half true and half false. Part of his anger was indeed directed at the disciples of his own sect, and the other part was directed at the participating team of BD College. Huan Zhen was angry that the other party was too disrespectful and made their Xiangjia sect lose face. Just when the audience thought the battle was over, Huan Li struggled to get up from the ground. He looked at Amon, who was sitting on the chair with a smile on his face, with red eyes, and roared, "Ah!" He used up his last strength and rushed towards Amon. Such performance made Hu Jansen look much better. Although there was a huge gap in strength, Hu Yanli dared to fight again in the end, which was commendable. Lei Long swept him to the ground with a sweep. The third round of the game came to an end. The powerful strength displayed by BD College made the other teams feel suffocating. Pressure. The fifth day since the opening ceremony, which was the fourth round of battles among many colleges, a purple giant was rampaging on the field, and its indestructible defense was despairing. Compared with the 3 previous instant kills, this battle seemed more interesting. Rommel's attack power was not strong, but under the terrifying size of the barrier giant, even ordinary punches and stomps became attacks that could shake the ring. The opponent seemed to have no hope of winning the game. He did not disturb the 6 people watching the show on the other half of the ring, and fought with Rommel. Although the final result would not change, holding on longer would allow them to lose more decently. On the 6th day, Northland College encountered a very strong opponent, Shianshu College. Looking at the beautiful girls on the opposite side, Rommel whistled. "The guys on the opposite side have a very similar temperament to you. Ice Cube, how about you go undercover and seduce a few beauties to our college?" Bing. Lang glanced at him coldly, and the cold air suddenly burst out, freezing Rommel in an ice ball, and then kicked him off the stage. Rommel broke the ice ball and shouted from the audience, "Hey, I haven't made a chair for the captain yet. Do you plan to let the captain stand to see the end?" "What?" he said, made the audience speechless. Bing Lan held his chin, thought for a while, waved his hand, and made a handle with ice on the ground, which looked more delicate, and there was a dog head carved on the armrest. Rommel widened his eyes and felt that his position was not secure. After thinking for a while, he said, "You are going to let the captain sit on this? Aren't you afraid of freezing the captain?" Bing. Lan's expression finally changed a little. Her eyes wandered, and she didn't dare to look at Amon. Yan Jin made a TSK sound, melted the ice chair with magma, and then made the same one, but replaced the dog head with a cat head. She used the third soul skill to lower the temperature of the magma, forming a black stone chair. Zhu King in the VIP seat couldn't help laughing. The players from BD College are really interesting, and they are all skilled craftsmen. It's just nonsense. Zhu Crossing muttered softly, "Even if it's nonsense, no one dares to underestimate them." Look at the players of Shianshu College team. They haven't dared to take the initiative to attack until now. Emperor Zhu Yi glanced at Zhu crossing and couldn't help but doubt whether he was right to let him assist Zhu Beng. Shubinger, the captain of Shianshu College, who was 1.65 meters tall and had long aqua blue hair, frowned when she saw this scene and felt a little angry at BD College's indifferent behavior. The people from Shrek Academy shook their heads. Mahanjan complained, "ZHU King, your plan doesn't seem feasible. These guys don't hesitate to beat their teammates on the stage. Day." Nubei said in a deep voice, "They are too arrogant." Bing. Lang walked forward, looked at the people from Shianshu Academy who were waiting for the battle, and said in a cold tone, "Sorry for the long wait. It's my turn today." A hazy blue halo lit up on Bing Lan's body, which was almost exactly the same color as that of Shianshu Academy, as if she was in the same group with Shianshu Academy. Such a scene amazed the audience. Haha, she is not an undercover sent by Shianshu Academy, right? Some audience members laughed. While BD Academy was arguing about the chair, Shubinger and her team member Zhu were quietly preparing for the martial soul fusion technique. The black-haired Zhu and the blue-haired Shubinger instantly merged into one, turning into a dazzling blue-white light column that rushed into the sky. A circle of dark clouds spread out, and the players from Shianshu Academy immediately retreated and shrank to a corner of the stage. "You are too careless. Give me enough time to prepare this. If you can't hold on, just admit defeat and we will stop." Shubinger's voice came from the light column. It began to snow in the sky, and each snowflake was as sharp as a blade, spinning and falling, turning into a vortex of ice and snow, and attacking the Northland College. "Hey, Ice Cube, you block it. Don't let this little trick disturb Captain Amon," Rommel shouted under the ring like a loyal lackey. Binglan waved his hand, and with the unlimited supply of Amon's time worm soul power, he instantly used an ice ball to protect the other people in the Northland College. "Ice Cube, you can't do this. You have blocked Captain Amon's sight. How can the captain watch the game?" Rommel said. Binglan paused in his attack, took a deep breath, and replaced the original thick ice wall with a thinner and more transparent ice wall. This did not block the view, but it also forced Binglan to use more of his mind to maintain it and replenish the consumption of the ice wall at any time. After doing all this, she soared into the sky and turned into a blue-white giant eagle. "What?" Everyone in Shianshu College was shocked. Shujua murmured, "This is not with the captain and the others." The giant eagle flapped its wings, stirring up gusts of wind, blowing away all the ice and snow vortexes and dark clouds. A loud phoenix cry sounded from the blue light column, and the originally scattered snowflakes gathered towards the light column, and a lifelike ice phoenix gradually took shape. The two ice blue beasts began to fight in the sky above the ring. "Oh, not bad." Yan Jin looked at this scene and exclaimed. Alia's falling stars, Lei Yin's thunder dragon, Rommel's purple warrior, Binglan's blue-white giant eagle, and her own lava giant soldiers without the help of Amon's power are actually at the level of Soul Emperor. This is the first time she has seen this level of power in other colleges since the competition started. The Ice Phoenix and the Giant Eagle were in a close fight, but the soul power burden on Binglan was borne by the many time insects that Amon had integrated into her body, while Shubinger and Zhu had to bear this huge consumption by themselves, and they could not hold on for long. The Giant Eagle tore the Ice Phoenix apart, and the two figures fell powerlessly from the sky. The Giant Eagle flapped its wings, and a cold wind with a chill carried them slowly down. This made Shujua, who was a little panicked on the ring, feel relieved, and she and another girl stepped forward at the same time to catch the two people who fell. Looking at the Giant Eagle looking down at herself and others with cold eyes from high above, Shujua smiled helplessly. "We admit defeat." In the stands, the Shrek students were already stunned. Mahanjan shook his head. "I can't fight. I can't fight. I really can't fight this one. I feel that even if the dean goes up, he will only be beaten up." "You stinky boy." Flanders cursed in a low voice, but did not refute. The strength displayed by the Northland Academy is equivalent to a team composed entirely of Soul Emperors. In this competition for young Soul Masters under the age of 25, it is indeed too much. Although they have not all taken action, 5 of them have already shown such strength, and the remaining 2 must not be bad either. Liu Erlang also felt a little frustrated. An One of the remaining two is their captain. Judging from the attitude of other students towards him, the captain obviously has a high prestige and his strength is probably even stronger. At this point, Liu Erlang and Flanders looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. To make a group of genius Soul Emperors so convinced, how strong must their captain be? Could it be Soul Saint? Just when the students on the Shrek side were about to lose their fighting spirit, Gang coughed lightly and said lightly, "Boss F. Erlang, you have all been deceived. In fact, they are not that powerful." "What do you mean?" Flanders looked at Gang, expecting him to tell some secrets. It's not that he can't accept that others are better than his students, but the strength shown by Northland College is so strong that it seems unreal. Chapter 118 Murderous Intentions from Shinan. Gang smiled calmly and said slowly, "Didn't you notice that only one person from the Northland Academy took action each time?" Liu Erlang frowned and asked, "So what? With their strength, one person is enough." Tang Sin was thoughtful and said, "Teacher, do you mean that the reason they only send out one person each time is because only one person can take action?" Gang looked at his proud disciple and showed the relief that the young man can still be taught. Yes, they can only have one person take action. Even if not, they can't all exert such power at the same time. Didn't Shianshu Academy show the same power today? Although they still lost in the end, they did hold out for a while. At this time, Liu Bei also reacted. "Master, are you talking about the martial soul fusion technique?" The Northland Academy actually demonstrated the martial soul fusion technique. Yes, except for Yan Jin on the first day. The soul power level of the rest of their students is generally not high. Most of them are only at the soul master level, and the only thing that can allow a soul master to exert the strength of a soul emperor is the martial soul fusion technique. Gang nodded. "But, Master, Liu Bei and I know very well that the martial soul fusion technique consumes a lot of energy, and it is absolutely impossible to sustain it for such a long time." Zuking couldn't help but speak. Although 4 of their battles were resolved in an instant, that annoying purple-haired guy fought for a long time. Gang smiled and said, "This is my second guess. If I'm not wrong, the problem should be with their captain." "Their captain?" Oscar was puzzled. "Yes, the one called Amon should be an auxiliary spirit master. I guess his ability is probably to easily fuse martial souls with anyone and concentrate the spirit power of the entire team to jointly bear the consumption brought by martial soul fusion." Gang said his own conclusion. Tangson looked at Gang with admiration. "So that's it. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Why is it that only one of them takes action each time? Moreover, the arrogance and conceit they show on the stage is actually a kind of tactic. It is to give others the impression that they are very strong, so as to ignore their weaknesses." After listening to their analysis, the other people in Shrek Academy also showed a look of enlightenment. Mahanjan said excitedly, "So that's how it is. It's so cunning that I almost lost my confidence because of being scared. Humph. Although this is also a tactic, it's really shameful." Liu Bei sneered. "Next time we meet them, we will teach them a lesson." Jingling said sinisterly, "That's right, teach them a lesson." Ningrangrang waved her little fist, revealing a ferocious look. They still remember the people from Northland College mocking the Shrek uniforms at the opening ceremony on the first day. The Shrek team did not shy away from the nearby colleges in their analysis. Shinan listened to Gang's analysis. His eyes flickered, and the next opponent of Kanghu College was Northland College. After the battle, Amon began to wander aimlessly in the city. As usual. In fact, most of the clones who did not have a specific identity would do so. Sometimes, you can find some interesting things in the market, such as rumors about a big man, or some gossip. Although most of this information is false, it can sometimes be used, or part of the truth can be inferred from it. In addition, some livelihood issues can also reflect the changes in the current political situation. When enough information is collected, Amon can get a glimpse of the leopard, which helps him to grasp the times more comprehensively. The trend of the times. Amon raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of his monocle with his index finger and thumb, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth To outline a smile point he walked to a remote corner calmly point the light and shadow were hazy, and the light suddenly changed, and then quickly returned to normal, as if the flash just now was just an illusion point Amon continued to walk forward without paying attention point time seemed to be accelerated. Unknowingly, the sun was setting in the west, and it was almost dusk point the sky in the east darkened, showing a deep blue. The clouds in the west were illuminated red in the afterglow of the setting sun point the demales, the crooked old trees, the evening breeze blew, the branches swayed, like a demon dancing, with a hint of eerie and terrifying breath point Amon walked for a long time, and the repeated scenes kept appearing, but he seemed not to notice it. TSK. TSK TSK. Stop pretending. No matter how careless you are, it's impossible that you haven't noticed it for so long, right? A voice echoed in the sky, as if the whole world was speaking. Who are you? Amon's smile remained unchanged. You are worthy of being the captain of BD College. You can lead so many outstanding students, and remain calm in this situation. Unfortunately, you are about to die. A figure appeared in front of Amon, gradually becoming clear from illusion. This is an old man in white clothes, with golden embroidery on his shoulders, and a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Amon pinched his glasses and said, TSK, I remember you are the leader of Kanghu College. Is there anything you want to talk to me about? What is it? Didn't I just say it? You are about to die, and what I want to do is, of course, make you disappear from this world forever. Shinan's voice revealed a hint of coldness. Kill me. Amon raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding why this idiot who tried to assassinate Tangsun in the original novel, but was killed in return came after him. He asked with a strange look. You don't think that, if you kill me, your Kanghu Academy will have a chance to enter the finals, isn't it? Shinan asked back indifferently. Amon didn't understand, and exchanged information with other Amons in the city. The time worm parasitizing on love sickness heartbroken red passed on Uzaya Gang's analysis. This made Amon stunned. His expression became more and more strange. Are you sure that the Kanghu Academy team can beat Yan Jin? You didn't listen to other people's nonsense and come to trouble me. Nyan snorted coldly. He did have such thoughts after listening to Uzaya Gang's analysis. When Amon pointed it out, he felt a little angry. Don't dream of escaping. Since I dare to kill you, I'm naturally fully prepared. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. The surrounding scene changed quietly, from the original secluded street to the wilderness. Despair. Well, I just like to see geniuses like you put aside your pride and kneel down to beg for mercy. Amon's mouth curled up into a smile. No one will come, even if I scream my throat out? Haha, interesting. Thank you for the 5,600 reward from Arc Knights. The 500 reward from this is for your previous book, and the reward from Open a Book and the Queen Mother Killer. I will update more for the cumulative reward of book friends reaching 10,000. Asterisk backquote asterisk. Chapter 119 Special Clone. Interesting? It's really interesting. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Shinan's face became ferocious, and his figure began to become illusory again. Let me show you my remnant dream, and then die in extreme pain. His voice also became vague, as if it had gone far away, and as if it was right beside his ear. Everything around him began to change. Amon saw the magnificent mountains, the main peak of the Hornachis Mountains, that stood out among the mountains, and the ancient and dilapidated palace on the top of the peak point. On one side of the mountain, there was a thin young man wearing a pointed soft hat, a classical black robe, and a crystal monocle on his right eye. His body was as huge as the mountain, and his face had a smile that showed that a prank was about to succeed. Amon. The mysterious twin gods Amon. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared. This figure was wearing a layered, but not complicated black dress, dotted with countless stars. He was as huge as the young man in black robes, with a pair of arms covered with dark short hair growing out of his ribs and waist, but he had a beautiful and gentle face covered with a thin black veil. His eyes seemed to condense the night sky with stars, which made people feel peaceful and uncontrollably terrified. Two of his hands dragged a long sickle, and the other held a bird-shaped gold ornament, while the rest was empty, as if holding up an invisible thing. The goddess of the night. At this moment, the Traveser Amon stood between the two. Compared with these two great beings, He was as small as dust. The illusion of time made Amon clearly recall the 2 seconds he had been in the mysterious world. The eyes of the goddess of the night seemed to condense the night sky with stars, and she looked at him, seemingly slowly but actually quickly raising the long sickle. However, Amon did not feel afraid. He knew that this was just his illusion, and he even had the mood to appreciate the goddess's face. So this is what the 8-legged demon wolf lady looks like. I was so confused when I first crossed over that I didn't have time to appreciate it. It's pretty but isn't she Nyan's ability to remind people of their most fearful things? But I didn't feel fear, or, because I have nothing to fear, I saw the queen of disaster and fear, or, I died under the goddess's sickle in the end, and I was afraid of death. Amon turned back inadvertently and suddenly saw the mysterious Amon, who was as huge as a mountain, showing a half smile to him, as if saying, I found you. Amon's pupils shrank suddenly, and a sense of trembling and fear from the depths of his soul rose uncontrollably. This is what he really fears. He is afraid of the mysterious Amon's body. From Nyan's perspective, Amon stood quietly in place, with a faint smile on his face. At first, he thought there was something wrong with his soul skills. It was not until Amon's expression gradually twisted, became ferocious, and filled with deep fear, that he felt relieved. Unfortunately, my 7th soul skill, nightmare, can only create the most horrifying things in a person's heart. I can't control the illusion at will, and I can't play with him more, and I can't see it myself. I really want to see what the illusion that can scare and terrify such a genius looks like. Nyan leaned against a big tree, the 7th soul ring on his body constantly releasing dazzling black light. With a twisted smile on his face, he saw Amon suddenly calm down, slowly raised his hand, and grabbed in the direction where he was. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by deep horror and uneasiness. He could not feel his first 6 soul skills. Found. You. A deep voice with a little teasing exploded in Nyan's ears. Amon had taken the soul fixing grass. His soul was amazingly tough, and he had a strong resistance to mental attacks, so Nyan's soul skill nightmare had limited impact on him. At this time, facing Nyan's Amon's clone, it was not an ordinary clone, but a special clone with a bug. He used soul skill steal on his original body, stole the 5th soul skill of the original body, and then returned it. Since the clone is also considered a part of Amon, returning it to the clone is naturally considered returning it to the original owner of the soul skill, so the soul skill did not return to the original body, but was intercepted by the clone. Of course, the disadvantage is that the 5th soul skill is left in the clone, and Amon's body cannot use this skill unless the clone dies, or the body approaches the clone to steal the soul skill back. The 5th soul skill will not return. This special clone that can use the 5th soul skill on behalf of the body in Xiandao City is basically the same as the body. When Nyan secretly attacked him, Amon had already activated the mind reading and the 5th soul skill. His mental power is not strong. Although the total amount of souls in the Amon group is huge, the soul of a single Amon is limited and cannot exceed 100%. It can only be said that it is at the upper level among the same level, far inferior to Nyan, the soul saint. So mind reading did not read anything, but only roughly determined Nyan's position. Then, many time insects in his body simultaneously launched soul skill stealing on Nyan, stealing his 1st to 6th soul rings one by one. When Nyan was horrified, because his soul skills were silent and could not be activated, Amon attacked again, and used the active part of the 2nd soul skill, deception. The effect of fraud is also determined by the comparison of the mental power of both parties. Since Amon's mental power is weaker than Nyan's, it only works for a moment at the beginning. The subsequent fraud did not produce even the slightest delay in thinking under the resistance of Nyan's mental instinct. But this is not meaningless. When many time insects launched fraud against Nyan had to divide some of his mental power to resist these influences. This reduced his mental defense, and Amon's mind reading successfully read Nyan's thoughts at this time. Nyan's thoughts mainly included the following: the killing intention against Amon, the horror, confusion, and doubt about the disappearance of the soul skill, and the psychological desire to retreat when The assassination plan went wrong. When there are two opposing thoughts in the target's mind, and the intensity is quite strong, it is not surprising to make any choice. It will become very easy for Amon to steal any of them. Because the other party is likely to follow the idea of not being stolen, Amon just pushed it. At this time, Shinan had two opposing thoughts, kill Amon and retreat, and they were equally strong. Amon easily stole his thought of retreat, so the thought of killing Amon prevailed in Shinan's mind. He continued to fight despite the unfavorable factors that the first to sixth soul skills could not be used, and the seventh soul skill was generally effective. Shinan used his soul bone skill, illusionary space. This skill is mainly used in team battles to assist teammates in communication, but it can also be used to fight the enemy alone. When fighting the enemy, it can make the opponent make mistakes in direction and weaken the opponent's spirit. In the constant confusion effect. The effect on Amon is not as good as Nightmare, because Amon does not need to judge the direction through general perception methods at all. He directly locks Shinan through mind reading. Moreover, this kind of directional disorder can only cause some trouble to Amon at the beginning, and he can adapt to it with a little adjustment. After running out of tricks, Shinan mobilized his soul power and rushed directly towards Amon. With his soul saint level, he didn't need too many soul skills. Just the soul power combined with the body could pose a huge threat to Amon. Amon's response to this was also quite simple. He condensed a piece of soul power petal and stepped on it to run into the sky. Then, he stretched out his right hand forward, and the soul power in his palm flowed. A large amount of air was drawn in with the flow of soul power and condensed in a small sphere. Refine. The air bomb. The small air ball wrapped in soul power flew down. At the same time, Amon returned his idea of retreat. The two ideas of retreat and kill Amon suddenly collided in his mind, causing Shinan's evasive action to pause. The air bomb exploded suddenly, making a loud boom. Shinan felt that his internal organs were shifting and coughed up a large ball of blood. Even with soul power protecting his body, he was seriously injured by such an attack. At this moment, the idea of evacuation in his mind had already prevailed. Without hesitation, he got up and ran away immediately. Amon suddenly said, "Are you sure that your soul skills will be restored after escaping?" Such a simple sentence slowed down Shinan's speed. He could not accept the result of losing the first to sixth soul skills. The idea of fighting to the death and the idea of retreating immediately in his mind began to fight again. Amon chuckled, grabbed the front, and stole the idea of retreating immediately. Shinan ran, and suddenly turned back, thinking that he had attacked Amon unexpectedly. But he was hit by a refining air bullet that had been charged for a long time. He flew backwards again. This time, Amon did not give him a chance to react and rushed over directly. He returned the idea of retreating immediately. Shinan, who had originally planned to fight to the death, lost the courage to fight and only wanted to escape quickly. But it was too late. Amon rushed forward and pierced his throat with a long sword. Condensed by soul power, Shinan covered his neck with blood splattering. With a strong disbelief on his face. He couldn't figure out why a hunt that was clearly a sure win would end with his own death. He was a soul saint, and a soul saint fighting a soul. What was a soul? His eyes widened suddenly, and then he remembered that Amon had not even revealed his martial soul and soul ring from beginning to end. Shinan wanted to say something, but the words began to leak in his throat, and he could only make a sound. Amon raised his right index finger and thumb, pointed at his eyes, and said, "Bye." Bang. The air bullet penetrated the eyeball and exploded in Shinan's head. In a pool of blood, Amon picked up a piece of bone with a glittering luster and put it into the space ring. "Heh. Thank you for the gift." As he said this, he looked at a hidden corner intentionally or unintentionally, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Then, he walked slowly towards the city. Chapter 120 Tangsan 039 S report letter. In the hidden corner that Amon had glanced at for the last time, Tangsan leaned against a big tree, holding his breath and concentrating, not daring to make a sound. It was not until half a while later that he carefully poked his head out from behind the tree and saw that Amon had left and began to breathe heavily. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his face looked frightened. In fact, he originally wanted to assassinate Amon. but he saw Shinan also sneakily following Amon, so he used the Tanksek's unique skill Ghost Shadow Tracking Step to secretly follow him. Seeing Shinan attack Amon, he was a little happy, but the final result shocked him. Amon actually killed Shinan, and it didn't seem to take much effort. When Shinan took action, the 7 bright soul rings showed his identity as a soul saint, which was a strong man at the same level as Flanders and Liu. Long, but such a powerful soul master died in the hands of a young man who looked only 4 or 5 years older than him, and Tangsen couldn't help but be shocked. Tangsen didn't dare to stay here any longer, firstly because he was afraid that Amon would return, and secondly because the explosion just now might attract the guards in the city. If he didn't leave, and they saw him and Shinan's body together, he would never be able to wash himself clean. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, Amon stood on the city wall, watching Tangsen return from outside the city. Pinched his monocle and smiled. He didn't keep the soul bone in his own hands, but immediately sent a clone to deliver it to the original body. After Tangsen returned to the city, he secretly wrote an anonymous letter to report Amon's killing of Shinan to the spirit hall. He used a hidden weapon technique to quietly throw the letter at the feet of the guard at the door of the spirit hall. Worried that the spirit hall would not take action, he also wrote about the soul bone, intending to lure people with benefits and get rid of Amon with the help of the spirit hall. The guard picked up the letter and opened it with some curiosity to take a few glances. "What are you looking at?" Another guard came over. "Is this a letter?" "I think so. Can you read?" "No. How about you?" "I don't know either." Their conversation made Tangsan, who was secretly watching the development of the situation, look dazed. A soul master dressed as a deacon happened to pass by and said lightly, "What are you looking at?" "It seems to be a letter. I don't know." When it appeared under my feet, the deacon took the letter. His expression suddenly changed, and he said seriously, "This is a serious matter. Don't disclose it casually. I will report to Bishop Ceres now." "Oh, yes." The 2 guards looked at each other. They didn't know what was written on it at all. Seeing this scene, Tangsen breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Shrek Academy. The deacon who got the report letter did not go to Ceres as he said before, but came to an empty corner, pinched his eyes, and smiled at the corners of his mouth. He took out a pen, erased the word Amon on the report letter, and imitated the notes on it, writing the words Tangsen. After doing this, he took the report letter to the 2nd floor and casually threw it at the door of Ceres' office. Then, he continued to walk forward, took the stairs to the 3rd floor at the end of the corridor, and knocked on Walter's door. "Why are you here?" Seeing Amon dressed like this, Walter was stunned at first, then recognized him, and asked in confusion, "Nothing. I came to talk to you about the future of Yan Jin, the troublemaker." Amon sat casually on a chair and chuckled. "Yan Jin, do you have any arrangements for her?" Walter frowned. "Not yet, and on this point, you, the master, have more say than me." Amon spread his hands. Walter pondered for a moment and said softly, "Originally I planned to let her perform well in the Soul Master competition, show her talent as much as possible, and then find her a good job in the Spirit Hall with a high starting point. Originally, yes, originally. Now I have changed my mind. Yan Jin's talent is surprisingly good, and the path I can arrange for her is not worthy of her talent." Walter's face showed a trace of distress, "But I can't give her a better arrangement for the time being. In fact, I wanted to ask you for your thoughts after a while. Then, should I let her continue to follow me?" Amon said with a smile. Do you plan to join the Spirit Hall, or choose to accept the recruitment of Her Highness Zhu?" Walter asked. "It depends on which side has a higher price," Amon said bluntly. Walter was silent for a while, then asked Yan Jin for her own opinion. She should learn to make her own choices. After saying goodbye to Walter, Amon returned to Dennis's mansion. Seraph, who had just returned from an outing, saw the report letter at his door. After picking it up and reading it, his eyes were slightly dignified. The death of a leader soul saint was not a trivial matter, and it was also related to soul bones. His eyes flickered slightly, and he walked to the gate and asked the guards, "Do you remember this report letter?" Yes. It suddenly appeared at my feet when I was on guard, and then a deacon came to take it away and said he would present it to you, Lord Seraph." A guard replied, "Which Deacon. The guard tried hard to recall, but he only remembered that there was a person wearing a deacon's clothes, but he couldn't remember the person's appearance at all. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and he looked at Sereth tremblingly. Sorry, Lord Sereth, I can't remember it clearly. Sereth glanced at another guard, but got the same answer. The reason why the guard couldn't remember the appearance of the deacon was because he was affected by Amon's soul skills. After obtaining the 5th soul ring, Amon's stealing can steal some conceptual things about people's hearts and minds. Of course, it can only be immediate concepts. He can't steal past concepts such as memories when communicating with the guards. He stole a certain sense of existence of himself, which made the guard's impression of him very vague. Seeing their appearance, Sereth snorted coldly. Waste, but he didn't make things difficult for the guards. The two looked like they were affected by some kind of spiritual soul skills. The guards on duty were just ordinary people. It was normal that they couldn't resist the methods of the soul master. There was no need to be too harsh. Sereth returned to the office and read the report letter carefully again. The alterations on it confused him. After a while, he called a deacon and ordered, "Go check Shinan's whereabouts today, and Tang San's whereabouts today." Yes. The next day, Sereth led the students of Kanghu College and several Templars to Shrek College in a menacing manner. Accompanying him was Ning Fengzi, who represented the royal family of Xiandao Empire. Isn't this the Platinum Bishop? Sereth, sorry for not welcoming you. Please have some tea. Seeing that he was not friendly, Flanders welcomed him in and served him a cup of Starry Sky. Starry Sky is the lowest grade of tea, and it tastes very bad. Sereth was careless for a moment and was not prepared. He took a sip and his face became very ugly. Ning Fengzi suppressed his smile and coughed lightly. Dean Flanders, your tea is not very good. The purpose of our trip is to investigate the murder of Shinan, the leader of Kanghu College. A body was found outside the city yesterday, and students from Kanghu Academy recognized the body as their missing teacher, so they appealed to the organizing committee of the competition, hoping that we would investigate the matter strictly. Lord Sereth seemed to have received some news and came directly to Shrek Academy. As the teacher of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I'm also a representative of the royal family, so I came to see it. Ning Fengzi was worried that Flanders would be unprepared and say something unfavorable to himself, so he explained his intentions first. Humph. Sereth snorted coldly. We in the Spirit Hall will never tolerate such bad behavior. Flanders was a little confused and asked, since Sereth is like this, Lord Sereth should go and catch the murderer. Why come to our Shrek Academy? Of course it's because the suspect is in your academy, Lord Sereth. Even if you are the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, you can't slander others casually. Do you think I'm the murderer who killed Shinan? Flanders said angrily. You? Sereth glanced at him and shook his head. Not you. Call the student named Tangson from your academy. I have some questions to ask him. Do you doubt that a student can kill Shinan? Flanders looked at Sereth with an idiotic look. Stop talking nonsense and let him cooperate with the investigation. Sereth said coldly. Then let him come. I hope that Lord Sereth can give me a satisfactory explanation at that time. Otherwise I will not let it go. Although our Shrek Academy is not a big force, we will not let anyone bully us. Flanders had a bad premonition in his heart and winked at Uzziah Gang. Uzziah Gang understood and said, I'll call Zio-san over. He hurriedly walked out of the reception room, found Tang-san, and asked softly, Zio-san, tell me what happened. Zio Gang told Tang-san what happened in the reception room. Tang-san was also puzzled. Why did the people from the Spirit Hall find him? They should have gone to find trouble with Amon. Teacher, things are a bit complicated. I'll explain to you later. Let's deal with the people from the Spirit Hall first. Okay, just know what's going on. Zio Gang and Tangson came to the reception room of Shrek Academy. Tangson stepped forward and saluted Ning Fengzi. Hello, Uncle Ning. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Sereth's eyes became colder and colder. He asked sternly, Tang-san, where did you go yesterday afternoon? Tang-san's eyes condensed slightly, and he said calmly, what does Lord Sereth mean? Your teacher should have told you about it when he asked you to come here, right? Don't play dumb. Tell me where you went yesterday afternoon. The teacher did tell me about it, but when he was a soul saint, why did you ask me, a small soul sect, about his death? Do you think I can kill a soul saint? Tang San asked back. Ning Fengzi chimed in. Yes, isn't this a bit inappropriate, Lord Seraph? Tang San is just a soul sect, he can't be the murderer. Okay, then you guys take a look at this. Seraph took out the report letter. Because of this, I asked him. Don't worry, I won't wrongly accuse a good person, but I will definitely not let the murderer go, thanks to the Killer Queen Mother and Liu Fiang for the reward. Chapter 121. Am I the one who is ridiculous? Ning Fengzi took the report letter, looked at it for a few seconds, and handed it to Flanders without saying anything. After reading it, Flanders immediately said dissatisfiedly, Lord Ceres, can this be used as evidence? A report letter written by someone unknown, and there are traces of alterations on the name. If this can be used to convict someone, then I will immediately write 100 or 80 copies, and the streets will be full of murderers tomorrow morning. Here, take a look for yourself. Do you think it's ridiculous that a student like you can kill Shinan? Tang San took the report letter, confirmed the handwriting, confirmed the paper, and he was very sure that this was the letter he secretly threw at the guard's feet. But what about this suspect? Tang San, I report myself. He looked strange and confused. The letter must have been tampered with by someone, and even the traces of alteration were not covered up. It was done very crudely. Did that he can alter it without authorization when he took it in? If it was him, what was his reason for doing so? I obviously didn't offend him. Because Tang San's mental strength was strong, Amon's act of stealing his sense of existence had little effect on him, and he could still clearly remember the deacon from yesterday. Tang San echoed Flanders. The dean is right. How could a student kill a soul saint? It's ridiculous. After saying this, Tang San suddenly remembered that he was the one who wrote the letter, and Amon, who originally reported it, was also a student. The funny thing is that it turned out to be me. Ning Fengzi also chuckled. Sir Ceres must have made a mistake, and the person reported on this letter obviously has traces of alteration, and the authenticity is obviously questionable. He showed obvious protection for the Shrek side. I compared your signature on the registration form, and the handwriting on this letter matches yours. Do you have any explanation for this? Ceres took out the registration form filled out by Tang San again. Tang San smiled with some disdain. What can this prove? The handwriting is the same as mine, so doesn't that mean that I'm the one who wrote this report letter? Will I report myself? Can't Lord Ceres even think of this? Ceres was stabbed by him, but he was not angry, but smiled and said, as you said, you are the one who wrote the report letter, and you will not report yourself, and this letter has been altered. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi looked at Ceres in surprise. How could he be so easily convinced this time, when he could make a fuss, even if he was unreasonable? Then, classmate Tang San, can you tell me who is the person who was reported? Whose crime did you originally want to expose when you wrote this report letter? You should know the real murderer. Ceres showed his true intentions. After inspecting the traces at the scene and Shinan's body, Ceres knew that what the report letter said was probably true, and some key points were written exactly. In this case, the soul bone is also likely to be real, since the sudden rise of Northland College completely overshadowed the original glory of Shrek College. Seraph did not have much intention to suppress Shrek, but he could not give up the information about a soul bone. And Tang San mentioned in the letter was obviously a starting point. There was one thing that Tang San guessed very accurately. The spirit hall would indeed make a big fuss because of the soul bone, but something went wrong in the process and the spearhead was aimed at him. Hearing him ask this, Tang San's cold sweat flowed down. If he was found to have killed someone, he would definitely kill the witness. Can he say Amon's name? No. Tang San had no doubt that if he said Amon's name here, it meant that he saw the scene at that time, and he would be forced by the organizing committee to confront Amon. As long as there was no sufficient evidence to prove that the other party was the murderer, it would probably end in vain, and he would face revenge. When he reported Amon, he was just trying to make a play, no matter what the final result of the investigation of the spirit hall. it would definitely bring some trouble to Amon. But he absolutely did not want to stand directly against Amon and confront a dangerous person who could kill a soul saint, and after having a grudge with the other party, it would be even more difficult to kill him by sneak attack. Tang San's face became a little unnatural, and he said dryly, I didn't say that I wrote the letter. It is also possible that someone got my notes from the registration form and imitated it. The only people who have seen the registration form are the teachers, classmates, and people from the organizing committee of your college. Are you doubting the organizing committee? Sarah said coldly. Tang San was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Since you can't give a reasonable explanation, please come to the spirit hall as a guest and cooperate with our investigation. Sarah's eyes were cold. Ningfengzi suddenly said, catch him. The two guards he brought immediately rushed up and grabbed Tang San's arms on the left and right. What do you mean? Sarah's frowned. Sir. Sarah's, the royal family is also one of the organizers of the Soul Master competition. In addition, such a terrible murder case in Xiandao City should also be investigated by the royal family. Since Tang San has an unclear connection with the case, I can naturally take him back. Ningfengzi said lightly. Tang San knew that Ningfengzi was defending himself, so he did not resist and let the two ordinary guards catch him. I showed the key clues, so the people involved should be handed over to me. Go ahead. Two Templar stepped forward, pushed aside the guards, and grabbed Tang San. The latter did not surrender and used the ghost shadow step to slide back like a loach. Very but you still dare to resist, then don't blame us. At Sereth's signal, the other Templars also rushed forward. At this moment, the master stood in front of Tang San and raised a token with a calm expression. Sereth's pupils contracted when he saw it. He quickly shouted, stop. The Templar turned back in confusion. But Sereth bowed with some respect. Meet the elder. Can we talk properly now? Uzayada Gang's tone was calm, but with a bit of yin and yang. Of course. Sereth smiled. He knew that Uzayada Gang had some connection with Bibidang, but he didn't expect the latter to even give him the Pope's order. Tang San is my disciple. If you want to know something, he will definitely cooperate, but I won't allow you to take him away. Uzayada Gang said lightly. Okay, let's do as the elders say. Sereth's hostility towards Shrek was not strong. Uzayada Gang took out the Pope's order, which might involve Bibidang, so he restrained his arrogance. Flanders suddenly said, Zio-san really doesn't know what this letter is about. If you don't have any other direction, you can go to BD College to ask. I know Shinan a little bit. He is more radical and narrow-minded. Kanghu College's next opponent is BD College. Nyan may use all off-field means to interfere with the outcome of the game. Flanders also knew that Sereth attached so much importance to this matter, definitely not for the so-called justice, but more likely for the soul bone mentioned in the letter, so he gave his own guess to divert the other party's attention. Sereth understood what he meant and said, thank you. After the people from the Spirit Master competition left, Uzayada Gang looked at Tang San. Zio-san, can you tell me what happened now? Flender also stared at Tang San with burning eyes, waiting for his answer. In front of outsiders, he would do his best to protect his students, but behind closed doors, Tang San must also give him an explanation. Tang San said helplessly, that letter was indeed written by me. Ah. Flender's face showed surprise. Zio-san, tell me your reasons. Uzayada Gang believed that his disciples would not do something without measure, but of course I didn't report myself, but the captain of the Northland College, the man named Amon, who died in his hands. Tang San said solemnly, what? You mean he killed a spirit saint? Uzayada Gang couldn't keep his calm face. Tang San nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. He recounted the course of events in general, hiding his original intention to assassinate Amon, saying that he saw Shinan sneakily following Amon, and out of curiosity, he followed him, and then witnessed the murder scene. The power displayed by Amon is too strong. No matter what the others do with him, we can't win the game, so I wrote a letter of complaint to see if I could use the power of the Spirit Hall to get him to withdraw from the competition. But something went wrong. I don't know why his name was crossed out, and my name was written instead. Flender opened his mouth, but said nothing. He was shocked beyond words by what Tangson said. What kind of genius can kill a soul saint at this age? Uzaya Gang took a deep breath, calmed down, looked at Liu Erlang and Flender, and said in a heavy tone, Zio-san, you didn't think about this matter well. Things are still unclear and full of doubts. Why was your complaint letter tampered with? Why would the person who tampered with the letter frame you, An? It involves a dangerous person who can kill a soul saint. Your situation is very dangerous. Stay in the academy recently, and try not to go out. Don't go out alone. After being warned by Uzaya Gang, Tangson left. The remaining golden triangle looked at each other with solemn faces. Flender and Liu Erlang knew how difficult it was to kill a soul saint. Even for them, it was not easy to kill someone who had just entered the soul saint level. After a long while, Flender spoke with difficulty. How could such a monster appear in the academy competition? Ziana Gang whispered, just admit defeat. When you meet the Northland Academy in the preliminaries, there are some conflicts between us and them. It is possible that they will be ruthless in the ring. Surrender without a fight? Liu Erlang frowned. This approach made her a little unhappy. Uzaya Gang explained, it's just a reasonable tactical arrangement. If they are beaten like the vice team of Xiandao Royal Academy and can't get out of bed, they will miss the finals. First, make sure to qualify. As for the finals, we will fight. Anyway, the Soul Master competition does not allow killing, so there is basically no need to worry about life-threatening dangers. I hope that after encountering such a monster, it will not undermine their self-confidence. Chapter 122 POPEN-039, S Order? Tang-san. Lord Seraph, shall we go to the Northland College next? A Templar warrior asked. Seraph shook his head. He knew that Walter had a connection with the team of the Northland College. If it really involved the Northland College, then the soul bone might have fallen into Walter's hands. When he thought of this, he lost interest in the matter. If the soul bone was in Walter's hands, it would be impossible for him to spit it out. Moreover, Walter was already strong, and Seraph thought of the snow lotus before. Adding the two together, he felt that Walter was about to break through to the realm of title Douluo. Seraph returned to the spirit hall with little interest. Those students of Kanghu College were sent away by him. Without the temptation of soul bones, who would bother to help investigate? Of course, he did not give up completely. After all, it was only a possibility that the soul bone fell into Walter's hands, but he was not as active as at the beginning. As for why he didn't ask Walter directly, there would be no result. If he asked about this kind of thing, who would casually reveal that he got the soul bone? Salus's actions could not be hidden from Walter, who was a person who was extremely sensitive to intelligence information. Regarding the altered report letter, Walter guessed that it was Amon's work by instinct. Because the time when the spirit hall received the report letter coincided with the time when Amon came to him to discuss Yan Jin's future. Amon's words at this time were a bit abrupt. Walter began to think about the deep meaning behind Amon's actions. With his ability, he could have thrown the report letter at the door of Salus' office without being discovered by the guards at the door, and there was no need to come to see him. If he met him, he would definitely associate some abnormalities with him, so showing up in front of him was a hint. What information did he want to convey? Tell me that he has the ability to kill a soul saint, or reveal to me that he has a soul bone. But why did he throw the letter at the door of Salus? Or, after this matter caught my attention, what information can I find? Wait, Uzaya Gang, the Pope's order, and Tang-san. His last name is Tang. Walter's eyes flashed with murderous light, and he murmured to himself, did Yan Jin reveal it? Or did he notice it himself? There are only 3 Pope orders outside: the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and the Haoshan Sect. Haoshan Douluo, also surnamed Tang. Walter suddenly used his soul power to gather sound into a line and ordered, Courier, go investigate the student named Tangson from Shrek Academy. I want all his information. Amon, standing on the roof, looked at Kari leaving the spirit hall, pinched his monocle, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. The turmoil caused by Shinan's death soon subsided, and the spirit hall and the royal family jointly blocked the news. The promotion game was carried out in an orderly manner. On the Northland College side, the opponents they encountered surrendered directly in 3 consecutive games. This made Videal, who finally got Amon's assistance, feel confused. He also wanted to show his excellence, but the opponent didn't give him a chance. Amon sat over there and took a step forward, and the opponent surrendered directly. Vidiel, who wanted to continue playing, was jointly resisted by Brady, Gongchengan, and Yang Fipen. 3 opportunities have been wasted, and it's their turn as substitutes. Amon replaced Lei Yin, Alia, and Binglan with the 3 of them. When one after the team tried to fight with the Northland College, they found that not everyone seemed to have that overwhelming power. When Yan Jin, Romil and Amon did not take action, they fought back and forth with Vidiel and other 4 people who were blessed by Amon's time worm spirit. Since the Northland College's attacks were quite measured, and the injuries were basically controlled within the range of 1 day after treatment, the other teams were also willing to fight with them, treating it as a kind of training point. Of course, the final result would not change. Even if they could defeat Vidiel and others, they would be knocked off the stage by Yan Jin's big fire spray. After Shrek College met the Northland College, it surrendered directly. This disappointed Yan Jin, who was eager to find tanks and to fight. TSK, not only are they dressed like shit, but they are also a group of cowards. That's what she said. Her words naturally drew the angry glares from the Shrek Academy. After a long competition lasting 27 days, the preliminaries came to an end. Northland Academy won the first place with 27 wins and no losses. Shinfeng Academy ranked second with 25 wins and 2 losses. Thunder Academy ranked third with 25 wins and 2 losses. Shrek Academy ranked fourth with 24 wins and 3 losses. Blazing Fire Academy ranked 5th with 24 wins and 3 losses. Among them, Shinfeng Academy lost to Blazing Fire due to the help of a key figure. Since Shinfeng had defeated Thunder and Shrek had defeated Blazing Fire, their points were equal. At the same time, the ranking is determined by the results of the battle between the 2 colleges. Therefore, Shenfeng is before Leiting, and Shrek is before Chihuo. At the end of the preliminaries, there is an award ceremony. Since the central main stage was shattered by the stars that fell from earlier in the final battle, the process was simplified a lot. The process of the ceremony was not complicated. Under the announcement of the host, the captains and vice captains of the top 5 teams walked onto the rostrum. It is worth mentioning that the vice captain of the Northland College is not Yan Jin, but Rommel. In fact, the Northland College did not decide the position of the vice captain before, and it was decided by Amon temporarily. But in terms of contribution in the game, apart from Amon, he was indeed the greatest. Except for the time when he was kicked off the ring by Binglan. He was the only one who used his martial spirit every time. Next, Your Majesty, the master of the Kibeo Glazed sect, and Bishop Salus Platinum will personally issue qualification certificates and bonuses to the teams that enter the promotion competition. The qualification certificate is a letter, and the bonus is the same for every team, which is 10,000 gold soul coins issued by the Xiandao Empire. Emperor Zhu Yi glanced at the student representatives and said with a smile, "First of all, children, I would like to congratulate you for successfully qualifying for the promotion of this continent-wide Senior Soul Master Elite competition. Your outstanding performance is eye-catching, and I'm proud of you. As the captain and deputy captain of each team, you all played an important role in the game." Having said this, Emperor Zhui's eyes stayed on Rommel for 2 seconds, and then continued, "I have decided to ennoble 10 of you with the title of Viscount, and the other participating students from the remaining 5 colleges with the title of Baron. After you graduate, the door of the Empire will be open to you at any time, and the fiefdoms will be allocated at that time." Rommel was a little dizzy by the sudden title of Viscount. "Am I also a dog noble?" His words made many people present twitch in their faces, because most of the people present were nobles. Even if they did not have fiefdoms, they still had the title of honorary nobles. Even Emperor Zhuai was silent for several seconds. Amon broke the weird atmosphere at the scene, smiled and thanked. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, and we will fight for the honor of the Empire." Later, Emperor Zhuyi promised that, if any team could win the finals, the entire team would be promoted to the first level. At the same time, the academy could be prefixed with the word royal and enjoy financial support from the empire. Emperor Zui's promise made Vidal feel complicated, and he suddenly regretted not seeking the position of vice captain. He was almost certain that Northland College would win the finals. The Viscount is promoted one level further and becomes an earl, which is the same title as his father, Earl Teaksin. He had tried so hard before, and all he wanted was to be the heir to an earl. After thinking about it again, I felt relieved. The location of this newly entrusted territory will not be very good, and it will definitely not be as good as the Ironheart territory. He didn't want to win the championship himself, only to end up with a relatively poor fiefdom, while his half-brothers who were originally against him could inherit the wealthy Ironheart territory. After Amon thanked him, the other students also expressed their gratitude. Emperor Zui continued, the location of the next promotion competition will be changed from the Xiandao Great Soul Fighting Arena to the Royal Paddock. At that time, 10 teams from the 5 principalities and kingdoms will come to compete with you. I hope that you can be at the top of the promotion competition, so that you can have an advantage when participating in the finals. Emperor Zui hopes that the teams in the Xiandao division can suppress the teams from the 5 principalities and kingdoms in the promotion round. Just like military exercises, this is also a way for each to show its strength. Letting the people of the principality and kingdom see that the Xiandao Empire is full of talents will also allow them to restrain some caution, which will have a positive significance for stabilizing the situation. So he promised again, the promotion competition is the best stage to reflect your personal strength. For the 3 students who have won the most games, the Empire will provide you with a soul beast required for title promotion. You can choose by yourself. Those with a cultivation level of less than 30,000 years old will be given to you by the Empire. The Empire can guarantee it. This promise was more attractive to the Soul Masters than the previous title. When Amon was still in Frostleaf City, he had also considered incorporating this promise from Emperor Zui into his development plan. However, Yan Jin is very good, helping him build a bridge to contact water and bringing him huge rewards, so that now Amon doesn't think highly of this 30,000-year-old soul beast. Seeing the burning heat gradually rising in the students' eyes, Emperor Zui showed a satisfied smile and said meaningfully, the promotion competition will be held in a month. You are all smart kids. I think you will make smart choices. The students were not stupid and knew that they were being asked to choose between the Empire and the Spirit Hall. Salus, who was witnessing all this, looked unhappy. After all, he was just a platinum bishop, and what he could promise was limited and could not compare to Emperor Zui. After Emperor Zui finished speaking, Salus suddenly looked at Amon and said, my friend, after the award ceremony is over, don't leave in a hurry. I have something to say to you and your teammates. Amon raised his right hand, stroked his monocle, chuckled and said, I know. Tang San and Danube, who came to the podium to receive the award on behalf of Shrek Academy, looked at each other, and their expressions moved slightly. Danube already knew about the previous report letter, and he also knew Tang San's intention to get rid of Amon. They speculated in their minds about Salus's purpose of leaving Amon behind. Tang San glanced at Ning Fengzi again, who shook his head at him, indicating that he didn't know what Salus planned to do, and said through a message, I will tell you if anything happens. You are Angrang's friends. I will definitely be on your side. After receiving Ning Fengzi's assurance, Tang San and Danube left with some anxiety. Thanks to the Killer Queen Mother for the reward. /U003E /U003C. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. The North is settled. Emperor Zui had not left yet, watching quietly from the side. Ceres had no right to stop him from winning over others, and Zui naturally could not stop Ceres from making conditions for others. You are very talented, and I feel inferior to you. Have you ever thought about coming to the Spirit Hall to develop? Ceres looked around first, and finally looked at Amon. With a smile on his face, he said lightly, are you interested in developing in the Spirit Hall? I can promise to help you get a spirit ring that is no more than 50,000 years old, even for some rare spirit beasts, such as sea spirit beasts, 50,000 years, sea spirit beasts. This can almost be said to be a clear indication. This is what Ceres asked for. Walter Amon smiled on his face and pretended to be in deep thought. After a moment, he politely replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to make a decision too early. Isn't the finals held in the Spirit City? I want to go and see the Holy Land of Spirit Masters, and then make a choice." Amon's words that were vaguely inclined to the Spirit Hall made Zuyi's heart tighten. Among all the contestants, the best performers were members of the Northland College. Anyone with eyesight can see that their strength is not at the same level as other colleges. As the captain of the Northland College team, Amon is of course a genius among geniuses. As for whether he is the best one, it is a bit hard to say, because he has never really shown his strength. There is a little controversy between Amon's talent and Yan Jin's talent. Ceres looked at Yan Jin, who scratched his chin. "I will probably join the Spirit Hall. Very good. The Spirit Hall will never bury your talent, and all treatment will be preferential." Ceres smiled and nodded. "I will follow my sister." Lei Yin expressed his opinion. Rommel thought for a while. "I will follow the captain. As for this dog noble, well, I will be the captain." The face of Emperor Zuyi has become visibly ugly. If this continues, the best batch will be snatched away by the Spirit Hall. Finally, he could no longer keep calm and said to Alia, who he thought had the highest success rate in winning over the team, "You are the eldest daughter of the Feclis family, right? I'm also deeply sorry about the matter of Marquis Feclis. In view of your talent and background, I can make you a Marquis. As for where the fief is, how about you choose an unowned land yourself? The Feclis territory belongs to the Feclis family, and it is not easy for the Xiandao royal family to intervene directly. That would cause dissatisfaction and vigilance among traditional nobles, but if there is a reasonable and sufficient reason, the dissatisfaction and vigilance will be greatly reduced. The territory of the Xiandao Empire has basically been divided up, and it is impossible to find an unowned land worthy of the title of Marquis for the time being. The only one that can barely be called unowned is the Marquis Feclis territory, which is still in chaos. And Alia's taking over that land is itself legal. The meaning of Emperor Zuyi is very clear. He wants to support Alia to become the next Marquis Feclis. Alia's face showed joy, and she saluted to Emperor Zuyi and said, "It is my honor. Felici has been loyal to the Xiandao royal family for generations. It has always been my wish to be able to guard a place for your majesty." "Your majesty, this is not appropriate. How can you just give a marquisate?" Franco's father, Count Ross, came out to dissuade him. "Why is it not appropriate? Looking at this guy who has an ambiguous relationship with the Spirit Hall." Zuyi's face was not in a good mood. There has never been such a precedent." Garland whispered. "Now, there is." Emperor Zuyi said firmly. Since Count Ross, who leaned towards the Spirit Hall, opposed it, it means that I'm right. Emperor Zuyi thought secretly. Alia suddenly spoke up and said to Amon, "Captain, I'm sorry, the Marquisate of Felici is still in a state of chaos. As the eldest daughter of the Felici family, and with the grace of your majesty, I think it cannot be allowed to continue in chaos. Therefore, I will not participate in the finals. After the qualifying round, I will return to Felici." Amon pinched his monocle and whispered, "I respect your will." Seeing Alia's statement, even not going to Wuhan City, Zuyi's face looked much better afterwards. Zuyi promised Fidel and Brady some benefits. The two of them looked at each other and made the same decision as Alia. Amon said TSK and said to the remaining people who were somewhat moved, "For you, it's not too late to make a decision after the Soul Master competition is over. Otherwise our Northland College team may not even have 7 people." Salas never mentioned the report letter from beginning to end, which surprised Ning Fengzi. When they were about to part, Ning Fengzi also said to Amon and others who had not made a clear statement as a routine, "You can also consider the 7 treasures glazed tile sect." Amon nodded. "I will." After leaving the fighting arena, Alia observed the surroundings and confirmed that there were no acquaintances, then came to a restaurant. At this time, in a private room, Zuking and Walter were sitting opposite each other. Seeing Alia walk in, they all looked at her at the same time. Hello, your highness. Hello, Mr. Walter. Ilya's silver bell-like voice was a bit respectful. Haha, congratulations, Marquis Fikris. Zuking had a smile on his face, looking gentle and elegant. Ilya was not deceived by the gentleness of Zuking. How could she be a real good person if she could be with Walter? Of course. I, who colluded with outsiders, killed my father and brother, and did whatever it took for power, seemed to have no right to say that they were just birds of a feather. Ilya laughed at herself in her heart. Thanks to the assistance of the two adults, it's time for me to report back to you. I will stabilize the Northland. In the court, the Northland faction will stand behind His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and become your firm supporters. Ilya promised. Zhu King personally poured 3 glasses of wine, and he and Walter each picked up a glass and gestured to Ilya. May our friendship last forever. Cheers. The 3 drank at the same time. Not long after, Ilya and Zuking left. Amon suddenly climbed in through the window. It seems that your plan in the north has come to a perfect end. Thanks to your cooperation, it went much more smoothly than I expected. If it weren't for your amazing performance in the Soul Master competition, it would take a lot of effort to make Emperor Zuyi determined to support Ilya. The more you do, the more likely it is to have flaws. This time, just letting Seraph cooperate with a small push, you can easily achieve your goal, which is a bit beyond my expectation. Walter replied with a smile. After a pause, he suddenly changed the subject and asked, I heard that Shinan died in your hands. There is still a soul bone. Amon pinched his monocle and smiled. Yes, what? Mr. Walter, are you tempted? I still owe you a soul bone, but Shinan's soul bone is more suitable for soul masters with gem-type martial spirits to absorb. For you, Mr. Walter, it can probably only help you break through the realm. Walter pondered for a moment and said, what part is it, head? Unfortunately, I already have one. Walter shook his head slightly. Amon was not surprised that Walter had a soul bone. His strength was definitely top-notch among soul fighters. Similar to Yang Wudi, he could face inferior titles without losing. As for why he was not in the original work, Amon also had some guesses. He vaguely knew that Walter had a very strong enemy. If there was no Yan Jin and no suitable successor, he would probably go for revenge himself and die in the hands of his enemy. Amon was already verifying who Walter's enemy was, and there would be a result soon. Shrek Academy. Ning Fengzi walked slowly to the training ground. Dad, Grandpa Gu, why are you here? Ning Rang shouted happily. Haha, I came to see you and talk about something. By the way, Ning Fengzi had a smile on his face. Oscar shouted enthusiastically, Uncle Ning, aren't you very curious about what Seraph left BD Academy to do in the end? After the result is out, we will come here to inform you, said Bone Douluo standing beside Ning Fengzi. Grandpa, Bone, don't keep us in suspense, tell us quickly. Ning Rang said coquettishly. Gu Rang said with a smile, okay, it's nothing, just say some words to recruit them. The girl who uses magma and the kid who uses thunder have already expressed their willingness to join the Spirit Hall. Emperor Zuyi was not idle either and promised generous rewards to win over 3 of the 4 boys from noble families to the royal family. Those 3 are no longer going to the Spirit City to play in the finals and will return to the north after the promotion match, including the girl whose spirit is a book. Congratulations on having one less strong enemy. The one whose spirit is a book. Mahanjan remembered the last qualifying match when the sky was full of stars falling and the stage was smashed to pieces, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems good without her, but it's a pity that their captain is still there. Tang Sun looked at Ning Fengzi, who shook his head at him. That's all I said. Nothing else was mentioned. Is that so? Tang Sun seemed to be thinking. He was somewhat puzzled as to how the matter of Shinan could be settled so quickly. Seraph had made such a big fuss before, which showed that he attached great importance to this soul bone point, but now he seemed to have completely forgotten about it, which made him feel a little unusual. He looked at Ning Fengzi and asked, Uncle Ning, what conditions did Seraph offer to recruit him at that time? Help him hunt a 50,000-year-old soul beast. Ning Fengzi replied, what? 50,000 years? Hearing this answer, everyone present breathed a little faster. What? A generous condition. I'm a little tempted. Flanders joked. On the road leading to the province of Fasno, a figure was moving forward quickly. He encouraged his soul power, and every step he took could move forward a long way. Tang. San. Notting City. Kari muttered to himself. Chapter 124 Kyan Rinksu and Amon. There was a month between the preliminaries and the promotions, which was not long, and passed quickly. Amon's soul power level went from level 57 to level 58, and Yan Jin also rose one level, to level 55. After reaching level 50, even with their talents, the speed of cultivation gradually slowed down. Zhu King sent people to help Alia, Franco, Vidiel, and Brady hunt soul rings, allowing them to reach level 41 and successfully promote to soul sect. Gongchengan, Yang Fipeng, Binglan are still level 39, and Rommel is level 48. Lei Yin broke through to level 40, but the breakthrough was late, and he didn't have time to get the soul ring. The promotions began. With the contestants feeling either nervous or expectant. The promotions were not as lively as the preliminaries. They were held in the Royal Hunting Ground, and spectators were not allowed to watch. The Royal Hunting Ground is located 50 kilometers southwest of Xiandao City. The internal terrain is varied and the area is vast. Normally, no civilians are allowed to approach. The strongest armed force in the hands of the Xiandao royal family, the Royal Knights, have long sent 10,000 people to take turns here, responsible for patrolling and guarding, and also use the terrain of the hunting ground for training to maintain combat effectiveness, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble and conflict, and to prevent the teams of each college from being detected in advance by other colleges. The 15 Soul Master teams that entered the promotion match were arranged to rest in different places compared with the preliminaries, which were more performance oriented. The promotion match seemed more formal and serious when the Northland College came here. The first thing they saw was the patrol cavalry of the Xiandao Royal Knights. They were wearing bright silver light armor and riding on the Xianlan horses with a trace of soul beast blood. The horses were also covered with armor in this regard. Yan Jin's evaluation was that they were very handsome, but they couldn't fight. Generally, the soul skills chosen by soul masters consume soul power. After a few times, they will fall into a state of soul power exhaustion. When facing the army, they will appear relatively weak and easily overwhelmed by human seed tactics, but Yan Jin is different. Under Amon's planning, her soul skills are not very soul consuming. In addition, her 5th soul skill can store the magma she usually creates, so her endurance is far beyond that of ordinary people. So she doesn't care much about these seemingly neat and disciplined troops. Please, show your handbook. They were stopped by a team of knights on the periphery. Amon handed over the qualification certificate obtained at the preliminaries award ceremony. After checking the authenticity of the handbook, the knight who stopped them immediately saluted and said, "Welcome, all soul masters from BD College. I'm Levis, the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Xiandao Royal Knights. Please follow me." Under the protection of him and the other 50 fully armed Royal Knights, the BD College group walked into the hunting ground. On an open grassland, a large military camp formed a circle. Levis pointed to the camp and said, "The promotion match of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition will be held in the center of the military camp, which can guarantee your safety and privacy. In addition, you can visit at will, but please don't go too far. Some military areas are prohibited from entering." Amon followed him to a barracks. The furnishings inside the barracks were simple, with only beds and chairs, but they were very clean. After introducing the matters that need to be paid attention to in the military camp, Levis saluted Sun Boyan. "Everyone should rest early. The promotion match will officially start tomorrow. At that time, someone will lead you to the competition venue. There is no starting ceremony for the promotion match. The battle will be carried out directly. The victory or defeat will be jointly determined by the Empire and the Spirit Hall." "Thank you, General Levis." Sun Boyan returned the greeting. There are 5 barracks provided, one for Yan Jin, Alia, and Bing Lan, one for Vidiel, Brady, and Franco, one for Sun Boyan, Yang Fipeng, and Gongchengan, one for Lei Yin and Rommel, and one for Amon alone. The 5 barracks have an independent yard. They put away their luggage and made beds. Not long after, they saw a young man in simple aristocratic clothes walked in. "Your Highness, why are you here?" Alia's silver bell-like voice was a little charming. Zhu King smiled gently. "I came to see you." After all, you are the most dazzling team in the preliminaries. I guess this is your captain, right, Zhu? King looked at Amon with a bit of curiosity in his eyes, looking at the Zhu King who was disguised perfectly in front of him. Amon raised his right hand, stroked his monocle, and said with interest, "Your Highness, hello, I'm Amon, the captain of the Northland College team." Amon was very interested in Kyan Rinxu. After all, she was one of his alternative targets. In addition, Kyan Rinxu's behavior of replacing Zhu King and living as him for a long time also made Amon feel very interesting. If she was a soul beast, this alone would be enough for Amon to write her on the hunting list for the next soul ring. Zhu King suddenly felt a strong malice coming towards her, which made her shudder, but this malice was fleeting, making her think it was her own illusion. Looking at Amon, who also had a gentle smile in front of her, Zhu King suddenly felt like looking in the mirror. Hey, do you think these two people give people a similar feeling? Yan Jin poked Lei Yin and asked in a low voice. It's true that they are very similar. They both give people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, which makes people easily trust them. It was Alia who answered her. Binglan looked at the gentle and approachable Zhu King and suddenly blushed. Rommel, who noticed her appearance, whistled. It seems I haven't seen you take action in the qualifying rounds. Zhu King said with a smile. I wonder if I can see your style in the promotion round. I may disappoint you, Your Highness Zhu. I'm just an auxiliary soul master. Frontal combat is not what I'm good at. Amon replied softly. Auxiliary soul master. Yes, you don't really think that the performance of our team's players in the qualifiers is their true strength, right? Those are all the results of my assistance. Amon had a smile on his face. Zhu King smiled lightly and looked at him with a hint of meaning. There has been such speculation. After all, their ring number is not high, and the strength they displayed is a bit abnormal. I look forward to your performance in the finals. Believe me, I will not disappoint your expectations. Amon laughed softly. Zhu King didn't stay long. Before leaving, Yan Jin walked over and said, Amon, you seem to know him. Well, she should be considered your master's boss. Ah, the old man's boss? Yan Jin raised his eyebrows, his eyes a little more probing. Should we discuss the tactics for the promotion round? Sun Boyuan asked. Is that necessary? I can defeat the entire audience by myself. Yan Jin shook his fist. Sun Boyuan laughed dumbly. That's right. With you in charge, it doesn't matter how I fight. By the way, do any of you want to agree to the Xiandao royal family's recruitment? You can try to get Emperor Zuai's promise of a 30,000-year soul ring. Those who can get this reward are the top 3 with the most wins. Who is confident? If necessary, we can discuss and arrange it. Amon said suddenly. Alia felt a little moved, but remembered her true strength, so she didn't speak. The same goes for Brady, Franco, and Vidiel. Yan Jin and Lei Yin will most likely join the Spirit Hall, while Rommel is determined to follow Amon. In the end, Binglan hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised her hand and said, Captain, I want to give it a try. Then, let's leave the weak opponents to you, and we will help you get rid of those troublesome guys. Amon said with a smile. Come on, Ice Cube. Although he was encouraging, Rommel's expression seemed to be mocking. Hehe, those you think you may not be able to beat, don't go on the field. Leave it to me, and try to maintain your condition. Yan Jin said carelessly. Thank you all. Binglan said morbidly. At night, Amon walked out of the barracks and stared at the bright moon in the sky with deep eyes. Drive. Yan Jin was riding a horse on the grassland. She drove the horse and galloped to Amon, reined in the reins. Huh? Why are you here? Where did you get the horse? Amon asked. Borrowing it from Levy is really fun, but it runs a little slower. I will catch a powerful one next time. Yan Jin said with a smile. It's late at night. Aren't you sleepy? You're not sleepy. Amon, aren't you asleep too? Why do you think I can't sleep? Why? Of course it's because some idiot is yelling here. Rommel walked over while picking his ears. Did I disturb you? Hehe, I'm sorry. Yan Jin scratched his head. Heh, that's quite interesting. Amon smiled. If the captain is interested, let's have a horse racing competition. A voice like silver bells sounded, and Alia came over leading several horses. Then, let's have a competition. The loser will run around the entire camp 3 times, shouting I'm an idiot while running. How about that? Vidiel looked at Yan Jin with a malicious smile on his face. I'm coming too. Franco was wearing a hunting suit, riding a horse, holding a whip in his hand, looking very professional. It seems like everyone can't sleep. Brady followed Franco. Gong Chingayan, Yang Fipeng, and Binglan also came over. After all, we may have to go our separate ways from now on. It just so happens that everyone seems to be quite interested today, so let's just treat it as a party, Vidiel said. Then, let's have fun. Amon got on his horse. Under Vidiel's plot, Rock Ember fell to the end. She is a person of her word and actually walked around the camp 3 times shouting I'm stupid. The rowdy behavior at Northland College affected others, especially Shrek College, which was nearby. Dissatisfied, Flanders found the commander of the Royal Knights stationed here and reported to him that Northland College's behavior had affected the rest of his students and might affect the next day's game. The officer in charge shrugged helplessly and said that they had no control over this because there was no provision in the competition rules not to do so. Thanks to Arc Knights for the 200 reward and thanks to the Killer Queen Mother for the reward in the rain. Chapter 125. Winning. The promotion match is not like the preliminaries, where multiple arenas are held at the same time. There is only one competition venue, which is the Royal Knights Grand Parade Ground. The battlefield is a circle with a diameter of 100 meters, which is much wider than the space of the preliminaries, and is more conducive to wandering and fighting. On the north side of the Grand Parade Ground, a temporary VIP seat was built, which was where the VIPs and referees who watched the game were located. It was surrounded by members of the Royal Knights. The rules of the promotion match are different from those of the preliminaries. It mainly tests the individual strength of the Soul Masters. Each side sends 7 players to participate. 1 player goes on stage each time. The loser leaves the stage and the winner continues until all 7 players on one side are defeated. The group of people from the Northland College yawned and came to the parade ground. They had been noisy for most of the night yesterday, and now they are listless. Only Amon is still the same. He switched to a time worm as an external carrier, and the original special time worm returned to the form of a worm and hibernated in the body at this time. Their arrival attracted the angry glares of Shrek and several other colleges, all of which were disturbed by the noise. The opponent of the first game of the Northland College was the less famous Fabia College. Binglan defeated 7 players by herself, which attracted the exclamations of the contestants from the Kingdom and Principality teams. The contestants in the Xiandao division were not too surprised by her performance. They were already numb to the shock of the Northland team in the preliminaries. 1 against 7. Isn't this natural? 1 against 7 is not surprising. Binglan, who returned to the team, was a little out of breath. Without the support of Amon's soul power, it was still a bit difficult for her to achieve this level alone. Although Amon could also help cheat and provide her with soul power with the time worm, there was no need for this. It was okay to help her arrange an opponent, but he would not take the risk of being discovered and expelled from the competition for her, even if the risk was close to 0. Amon snapped his fingers and thoughtfully used his soul power to condense 11 chairs for the 11 people from the Northland College to sit down and rest. He said softly, if you are sleepy, you can go back first. It's just a promotion match. Don't worry too much. Yan Jin sat on the chair, half lying, and said vaguely, I'll take a look. Amon's action attracted a lot of attention. This was the first time he used a skill since he participated in the competition. You didn't show your martial soul. Could it be a soul bone? Many people looked at Amon with a little more envy or greed. Salus's expression was slightly condensed, and then he smiled with relief. Haha, what a group of noisy guys, using soul power to make chairs again. Can everyone in their team do this? Tang Sen saw this scene and guessed in his heart, is this the ability that Shinan's soul bone brings to him? It's a bit like the martial soul of the purple-haired guy. For Yan Jin, the promotion match didn't seem to make her eyes light up, and she soon fell asleep there. Zio Wu, with dark circles under her eyes, gritted her teeth in hatred. I'm so angry. Those bastards didn't sleep at night, so we couldn't sleep either, and now they are sleeping here. Tang Sen showed a helpless smile on his face. There's nothing we can do. The rules of the game don't stipulate that players can't go out for a walk at night. He said in a gentle tone, if you are sleepy, go back to the camp to rest by yourself. I'll watch here, and I will write down any noteworthy methods of other academies. Zhao Wu shook her head. Brother, I'll accompany you. The day's game ended quickly, and Amon observed very seriously. He needed to write down the stronger opponents in other academies and their respective fighting methods to pave the way for Binglan to win consecutive victories the next day. BD Academy played against Chihuo Academy. The first player to play in Chihuo Academy was Huo Washan. At this moment, his face was full of solemnity. When he saw that it was Yan Jin who stepped onto the field, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he shrugged helplessly at his teammates. Being defeated by 7 teams is a very embarrassing thing. Their goal today is just to try to defeat 1 or 2 players from the Northland College, and they don't expect to win at all point. But the opponent came on the field with Yan Jin, and it seemed that even defeating one person was a luxury, because in the preliminaries, Chihuo College was defeated by her alone. The team representing the College of Fire Element was defeated by one person from the same fire system, which was a very embarrassing thing for Chihuo College. The same experience was with Leiting College, which was defeated by Lei Yin. Xianshu College was defeated by Binglan. So these 3 teams also hate BD College, which is definitely intentional. Such a result is of course Amon's deliberate arrangement. As for the purpose, fun. Sometimes he may not have a very clear profit motive for doing things, and he needs some fun occasionally in life. Of course, the premise is that it cannot affect other things with profit goals. The battle process did not have too many twists and turns. After Huo Washan was forced to the edge of the field by Yan Jin, he was kicked and lost the game. Yan Jin hooked his finger at Huo Wu, who had a hot temper and was easily provoked, and the latter immediately went to the competition field angrily. The second person reported by Chihuo Academy happened to be her. You bastards. Huo Wu cursed in a low voice. I can only say that you are too weak. Yan Jin crossed her arms, raised her head slightly, and cast a contemptuous look. At this moment, she seemed to be possessed by Rommel. Huo Wu rushed up, and Huo Wu flew back. Huo Wu lost the game. Just when Chihuo Academy wanted to surrender directly, Yan Jin left the competition field on his own. So weak, boring, you guys play. Binglan came on the field and defeated 3 members of the Blazing Academy. However, due to lack of soul power, she was defeated by the opponent's last member. Huo Yu, who had defeated Binglan, stood blankly on the field, looking at his hands with a blank look in his eyes. Am I winning? Although Blazing Academy defeated Xianshu Academy in the preliminaries, it was very difficult to win, while Binglan easily defeated Xianshu Academy alone. Huo Yu bravely went on stage, but unexpectedly found that Binglan didn't seem as strong as he thought. Although he lost to him after 3 consecutive battles, in general, he was at about the same level as Huo Wu, and couldn't be compared to the power he showed in the previous qualifiers. This kind of performance also allowed other colleges to see part of the reality of Northland College. There is definitely something fishy going on in the qualifiers. Uzaya Gang confirmed his guess. Sure enough, the ordinary team members of BD College are actually not that strong. What is really noteworthy is their captain, Day Nubei said with admiration. Master is indeed a master. He has guessed the truth before, but we still can't seem to win. Although we are not as strong as in the qualifiers, we are not much weaker. Mahanjan muttered. Don't be discouraged. Uzaya Gang said seriously. Your mentality has been a bit wrong recently. Think about it carefully. What is your goal before the competition starts? Tang San took a deep breath and said firmly, champion. Yes, it's the championship. Do you look like you want to win the championship now? Are you still the proud Shrek? If you still look like this decadent in the future, it's better to pack your bags and go home as soon as possible. You are still young. Even if you don't get it this time, there will be a next time. Even if you lose temporarily, it doesn't matter. Just win it back next time. But you can lose the game, but you can't lose your morale. Seeing the disappointment in Uzaya Gang's eyes, Tangson felt as if something had stabbed his heart. I understand, teacher. I will adjust my mentality. Ma Hangjin scratched his head. faced Flanders's cold gaze, and said fiercely, "I understand, teacher. I will not lose Shrek's pride. I'm a phoenix." After Huou defeated Bing Lan, Amon stood up and said softly, "We admit defeat. Blazing Academy is very cooperative with him in helping Bing Lan win games. Even if they do it unintentionally, Amon doesn't mind doing a good job in a small way. The results of the promotion round will affect the grouping of the finals, and teams with good results can take advantage. Amon doesn't care about this kind of advantage. Anyway, whichever group Northland College is in is a death group, but for other colleges, this kind of advantage is still quite important. His words caused an uproar, and the Blazing Fire Academy was even more confused. Huou ran to Amon and asked with an unhappy expression, "What do you mean by this? Is it a charity to us?" "No, it's a thank you." Amon had a warm smile on his face. Huou looked confused. On the third day, BD College's opponent was the Alien Beast College, where Meng Yiren was through the previous 2 days of competition. Amon has a basic understanding of the situation at the Academy of Alien Beasts. Except for Meng Yiren, the rest of the players have little strength. Bing Lan can wear 6 at once, but it is impossible to wear 7 at once. The first person to play was Yan Jin. Her opponent was not Meng Yiren, so she simply gave up. Bing Lan came on the field. After winning 3 games, she finally met Meng Yiren. She didn't force herself. After a brief fight and feeling unsure, she gave in immediately. Then Rommel came on stage and easily defeated Meng Yiren, and the other contestants. Yu Gang also came to his senses at this time and said to the people from Shrek Academy, "If my prediction is correct, BD Academy is trying to win." The rest of the people were still a little confused. "Do you still remember Emperor Zuyi's promise of a 30,000-year soul ring?" After his reminder, Shrek's people suddenly realized the rewards promised by Emperor Zuyi are to be given to the top 3 people with the most wins. Does Northland College want to focus all the wins on that girl? But isn't this cheating? Ning Rang Grang wondered. "No, this is called reasonable application of rules." Yu Gang had a smile on his face. "We can't let those nasty guys succeed." Xiaowu said. Tangson looked at Yu Gang and asked, "Teacher, do you have any idea?" Yu Gang smiled and said, "We only need to stop Bing Lan. I think other colleges should also understand. If they don't want their awards to be taken away by Northland College, they will make targeted adjustments to the order of appearance." Shrek's group's conversation was undisguised, and teachers and students from other colleges also knew Northland College's intentions. 10 teams from principalities and kingdoms also showed understanding expressions after asking people around them about the situation. "So, is this what the captain of Northland College meant when he said thank you?" Huou murmured to himself. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.